Right, good morning, everybody. Warm welcome to members of the public, both in the chamber and also on the live stream, and welcome councillors and staff. We're meeting today to hear submissions, particularly on the economic development strategy, the implementation of that. So I'm not sure if there's any, there will be some aspects of submissions which might touch on annual plan discussions. We're having mostly the submissions on that tomorrow, but quite okay for people to touch on them today as well. We'll be keeping those in mind as and when that happens. So councillors, just you've hopefully got the timetables in front of you, so just bear those in mind as we work our way through, and your help in keeping to time will be much appreciated. And with that in mind, first of all, go to apologies. We have one for Councillor McCone. Are there any other apologies? So move that we accept that. Councillor Holding, Councillor Thompson. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? It's carried. Declarations of interest. None. Okay, and then moving on to essentially the decision report, where which is the part where we hear submissions and so on. But first of all, we've got to make a decision on whether we receive or not the any submissions that were late, and I believe there was just the one. Yeah. Personally, I don't think there's too much problem us receiving that and taking note of that one. Councillors in agreement with that. So if Councillor Hopkins, if you're happy to move that we receive and note the information, and number two, that we consider the one late submission as part of our deliberations. Yeah. Seconded to Councillor Blackler, thank you. Okay, those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And against? That's carried. Okay, so now moving to our first of our verbal submissions, and we've got Lisa Howard-Sullivan. So welcome, Lisa. So when you're ready, the floor is yours. Just press the button on the right-hand side. Yep, that's the one.
So if I'm really quiet, yell at me.
That's all good.
Hi.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Polis Consultancy Group proposes setting up a new organisation incorporating Tourism Waitaki Limited to drive economic growth. Polis advises that by setting up this agency, councillors and therefore the public's governance and control will cease. It'll be harder to have an integrated approach across council functions, which is in direct contrast to council's current work and integration. There will be an increase in trust in private sector partnership, an example being the proposed partnership of the penguin colony, of which a large percentage of the public opposes. It will be unencumbered by other council mandates. However, there will be an increase in costs of approximately 1.8 million per annum once up and running, which includes 9 new positions at an annual cost of 1.14 million. Polis Consulting also suggests funding this by disestablishing Tourism Waitaki, absorbing current funding, including that allocated to the Information Centre, utilising current profit from the penguin colony and ultimately forming a private partnership for the commercialisation of the colony, utilising 3 water funding, which should have been used for specific physical projects, which would have provided actual benefits and likely relieve or reduce the need for ratepayers funding, central government co-funding, profit reinvestment and administration levies on projects. Polis's ambitious proposal could grow the economy by more than 8% above projected growth, creating between 70 and 145 million additional GDP, could create 1,350 additional jobs and 3,000 residents, and could result in a 9% lift across the wellbeing of the Waitaki district in the next 10 years. I'm not sure that $18 million over 10 years is a good achievement for this investment. Tourism accounts for 3% of the district's GDP. Tourism has suffered greatly under COVID. However, domestic tourism has picked up and the international sector is beginning to regenerate. Currently, Tourism New Zealand supports and partners with individual regions to promote various destinations, as per this morning's program. And recently, regional tourism organisations were funded by central government to develop destination management plans. Would the Waitaki district retain tourism support and funding if no longer a separate entity? These plans are designed to take an approach beyond marketing and promotion to include the visitor experience, resource and infrastructure management. Polis proposes that the destination management plan, once accepted and approved by council, should be incorporated into the economic development plan, a plan which wants to shift focus from destination marketing to place marketing. Surely this is a contradiction. If the destination management plan is accepted and approved by council, it should be incorporated into Tourism Waitaki Limited. The Penguin Colony and the Information Centre should sit within Tourism Waitaki Limited, sharing marketing, management and finances resources. Oamaru residents are proud of their contribution to preserving the habitat of the little blue penguin. And as a community-led initiative, it has developed to promote sustainable tourism along with conservation and scientific research. The Information Centre, another cornerstone of the visitor experience, provides an invaluable service and has taken over a role that has all but been abandoned by the Automobile Association. The only benefit that I can see in Tourism Waitaki's incorporation into the Economic Development Plan is to siphon off its funding and profits and utilise these in hiring staff, making plans and holding meetings with no real impact to be achieved between 3 and 5 years. Therefore, my submission is that Tourism Waitaki Limited should not be incorporated into the Economic Development Agency, but remain independent, retaining its profits and reinvesting into the tourist experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lisa. And councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. That's more than we received, so I hope we can get a copy of that.
Absolutely.
Verbal submission. Just picking up on your last sentence, do I take it, do you think there should be an economic development agency and a tourism agency? So in other words, where there is now one, there should be two. Is that your view?
Well, I certainly understand the need for an economic development. I believe that we're the slowest growing region in the country in terms of development. So I certainly believe there has to be something along that lines, but I think to separate out tourism and keep tourism separate would be ideal in my opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, next we have Judy Stevenson. Welcome. And when you're ready, Judy, just press the button on the microphone and away you go. Yep.
Thank you for letting me have a talk in this less and less democratic country. I don't think I've thanked you, Gary, for probably saving my life while I was trying to save little blue penguins by standing in front of a 50-seater tourist bus on Waterfront Road. It is on video. You were not the AMP life insurance agent, but disguised as a FIT, a free independent traveller. I was employed by the colony and volunteered on the ramp. I was one of the 5 boat people, we called, picked by the Hotel Motel Association to look after the stragglers, the penguins, and I've kept an interest up by visiting Bushy Beach quite a bit. I'm not a cave woman, citizen against virtually everything. I'm not a Wilma Flintstone, but I will be blunt about this issue. Past mistakes need to be mentioned so that we can move into question 2. Number one, there aren't many free lunches, only junkets. But I went on a photo shoot for Tourism Waiteki. They have 4 a year, and this was straight after lockdown as an older demographic. Was another video. It was natural that the big ticket items such as Alps to Ocean and the Colony, Riverstone and Geopark were featured, but it was not equitable. Also, before COVID, with the majority of tourists being Chinese and the commentary also, many other nationalities complained to us. Brochures were multilingual, but many were offended, and sustainability is questioned. You can call me racist if you like, but my offspring are Naikatu. The staff may very well have been busy with the Southern Reserves. This is question 2. But no verbal submission was evident when Oceania Dairy were given permission to dump flat globules, hydrogen sulfides, and goodness knows what else in the food path of the penguins. So we have a choice, cooperation or competition with Timaru's free viewing. Flooding and siltation is also a problem for the penguins. Number 3, this has probably allowed another colony to set up north. We definitely don't have the scope of Caroline Bay, but we have shags, seals, symposiums, Stanford, Sumter, sheds, steam and rail, a sexy new wharf, sleepovers and storybooks as a point of difference and fit for purpose. Much more could be made of the smelly shags by A, selling the guano for compost, by pads underneath them, and save Sumter with the help of the Scots Sea Scouts maybe. B, a viewing platform using the old Curragh bridges cut in half widthwise to stop people walking on the over at Sumter Wharf. C, educational panels for the shags as they are a unique example of species differentiation. Never the twain shall meet. The old cargo and the spotted shags, you can tell by their colour, they're black and then they're grey, but they never interbreed. D, the other half of the bridge could be used for blocking off the corner of the breakwater. And I won't go there about the breakwater. Right. This side of the harbour could have a blue light shining on the large Omery Stone penguin and quarry. Abseiling and rock climbing, cross-country biking, triathlons, graves track going, all involving local groups, flying united and free of debt. Birds of a feather flock together stuff. More free advice will not pay my rates. So I have a UFO, an unfinished object, of course, an educational resource just about all ready to go, which will be more valuable if sold at the colony. I've done a Venn diagram of the whole economic thing. If you want to borrow it one day, I'll do it in better ink. Okay, since the community has helped develop this corner up to now, I believe that some sort of partnership involving them, rather than CCP or TMP, is the correct choice. A CCO is probably has to be with the staff, plant, buildings, road, tunnel and car park. But what sort of one? A PPP with WDC and DOC, iwi or Kiwi, a composite school model like SKC, a charitable trust like the Albatross Colony, a private business like Queenstown Underwater World, or crowdfunded to get the complete community-owned model like what is happening in the North Island with the Ruapehu Alpine Lifts.
Excuse me, Judy, that's time up, but
Right.
if you just
You can
finish
read
off.
it.
that'd
Here
be
it
good.
is.
You okay there? We'll see if there's any questions from that. No questions? Okay. One,
If I may, yes, just to be clear, you believe there should be a partnership to enhance the penguin, the penguin colony centre. That was what you said towards the end there. I just want to be absolutely clear that's your view.
You missed that, but yeah, when I worked there, okay, it was a bit of hoo-ha, But you have to listen to them. And we lost our manager because we used to have group meetings, committee meetings, but she was the blah, blah, blah. There has to be some sort of way that the community can get a say and debate the issues, because you're missing half it, sorry, but yeah, some sort of partnership.
Thank you very much for taking the time, Jude.
All right.
Okay, next we have Helen Stead. Welcome back to the chamber, Helen.
Thank you. Sorry.
Just get yourself organised there, and if when you're ready to go, the microphone is on, so you
Is-
can just.
Is it possible for me to stand?
Could you just direct the microphone up towards you at this point? Yeah, that should be fine. That'll be helpful.
Good morning, all. Why are Waitaki people being asked now about new ways to support economic growth in Waitaki, raising options for expressions of interest from outside the district to invest in the Oamaru Blue Penguin colony and create new jobs at some future date? Funding for this exercise was a one-off grant from central government handed out to all councils, helping them get back on their feet after COVID. Why were we, the public, residents and ratepayers, not asked 3 years ago, and why did the penguins need help? Answers to the above questions lies much with the process working through Tourism Waitaki, telling the Waitaki story across New Zealand and overseas. Their sweet spot publicity was a disaster, but more followed with the closing of the eyesight at 110 Street, moving to Whitestone City in Harbour Street. WSC was another Tourism Waitaki problem, set up using various grants and was not paying its way either. By closing the eyesight, Waitaki has lost its link with Tourism New Zealand online and, in fact, here. This must be remedied. I believe they should go back to the corner. Throughout 2021, Tourism Waitaki and Council went ahead with their in-house information to remedy the situation, spending the government grant on Uplift Waitaki and Tauranga Runanga, o Moaraki, and 34 stakeholders. Next, in December 2021, Council sought host expressions of interest to Polis Consulting to work with Council going ahead with their economic plan, the document, the paper. At the same time, now linking with government-funded regional tourism organisations, saw Stafford Consulting with Tourism Waitaki working on destination management, encouraging holistic, integrated and more regenerative approach, moving beyond marketing and promotion to include the visitor experience, resource and infrastructure management. These, sadly, are pretty words when disconnected to words and pictures that people read and see online and when they visit here. I am ever more sad, angry and frustrated about the glaring gap exposed in the knowledge or ability to tell the Waitaki story by our council. Until last week, photos and information online continue to show Waitaki District and Oamaru Centre Visitor Centre located in two places, which is very difficult to gain information. The changes over the Visitor Centre now shows under there our waitaki.nz.com online administration link that contacts to an offshore person in India by app. My background includes 21 years as an elected councillor, 12 years with Oamaru Borough and 9 with Waitaki District, 6 years as board member of the New Zealand Historic Placing Trust, liaising with setting up Totara Estate, several
history and heritage groups, researching, writing, lecturing on heritage management. I took my first bus tour in 1978 while doing the district plan, and 2 years later, we chartered a train to Kurau when the district was dealing with earlier Project Aqua opinions for more options for more power development. In 2019, the manager of Tourism Waitaki asked me to set up a heritage walking tour here in Oamaru and train 5 guides. Tours ran a few months, then COVID lockdowns. The glaring gap in the information about Oamaru and the Waitaki district suffers when council misrepresents the place and the people. Taking tours on demand, this is the 5th time I've set up tours and would love others to continue doing what I do when I die. The appointment of yet another council-controlled entity without listening to the locals is an expensive lost opportunity and embarrassing for us all. Itineraries posted online by some overseas and New Zealand agencies or visitors shows just how much out of touch we have become. Many visitors I meet, when I take tours, say, wow, how come we never heard or read about Oamaru or Waitaki before we came here? Frequently asked for more information about Oamaru and the district, there is very little material available to sell. The gold is stories of the place and the people. I'm happy to go on the speakers list telling the story of, sadly in the past, the bad news, but now it is good news. They are treasured now, a wonderful part of the Waitaki story. I repeat my expression of interest to set up work with others, developing the Waitaki story, and I'm taking the liberty of adding a postscript. Take, please, Waitaki District Council, call out to all TLCs to support reinstating rail passenger services across the South Island, electrified with ride-on, ride-off wagons, so the whole of New Zealand and the world can see more of our beautiful country, at the same time reduce our emissions footprint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Councillors, time for probably just one quick question. We're a bit over time.
No, I wear hearing aids, so
Right.
you might have to transfer that round the room.
Okay.
Thank you, but I'm open to hear them in writing, see them in writing sometime.
Right. No question. No, it's fine. Thanks, Helen.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much
Good.
for coming in and for taking the time to make a submission. Okay, councillors, next up, we've got submission number 168. It's Catherine Harvey. So welcome back to the chamber to you, Catherine.
Thank you. I come from quite a different perspective and don't come with a huge lot of typewritten notes because it's not my way of doing things. My way of doing things is talking to the people. And that's what I've been doing since you put out this submission. And I find that most of the people in Oamaru are extremely concerned about how you are appointing consultants from out of town to make decisions that affect our town. I did do a little bit of homework. I looked up who Polis were and who their principal was, and I'm sorry, it gave me no confidence in them as consultants. I feel that we have to get back to ground level. And on the ground, we've got some amazing things here. And I'd like to thank Helen in front of you all now for all that she's done for this town, because we've got these council chambers because of Helen. We would not have had this building if it hadn't been for Helen and how she stood up for things. And we need to actually appreciate the people who are willing to put their lives on the line to actually make things happen here in Oamaru. So that's the people I come to represent. I was talking to somebody today about the information centre, because just during the last week, we met some Dutch tourists, or Netherlands, as they assured us, who had no idea what Oamaru had to offer.
The information centre at the bottom of Thames Street was in a brilliant place. It was very public, everybody could see it. And they are the people we need on the ground to actually offer all that is available around Oamaru. They should be the ones that can tell people where to go. I was told this morning that Timaru mayor in the past she envied Oamaru for all it had, because we have the ability to have people come to see our magnificent buildings, as long as we get the information out there, to see our wonderful geopark that you're working on, to actually see the penguins at night and stay overnight. Therefore, money's coming into the community from outside the community, from all these people who are visiting our town. We need to actually have it really out there in colour, and it needs to be done by locals for locals and not by a consulting firm who want to have put the penguin colony under a different umbrella. We need to keep that economic work in our town. We need to keep the people on the ground informed, and that's absolutely vital. It's a lack of information that's really got at people. And then when the information's come out, or we've been asked to give an opinion, then we've been told that, no, we're actually going to do it our way. So I really do think it's of vital importance that as a council, you're seen to be completely transparent. You need to hold on to what we have and to make it better. And the people running them, the penguin colony at the moment, are doing a magnificent job. Why move it out from their umbrella? Who are you going to sell it to? What are you going to do with it? We don't know. You tell us this is what you're looking at, but we don't know what your agenda is. So you need to make your agenda clear. And it is the people on the street that are concerned. And I don't like seeing that, because I know that it's years ago I was on council, and I know that when I was on, we had nothing to hide. We couldn't hide anything anyway. Everybody knew everything. And I can still remember having people around in this chamber, not pushed back, but brought in. And I can still see this huge map on the table as we had the farmers all around it talking about their bits of land, which were going to be put into RAPs, I think it's called, or something or other, places of restricted access anyway. But the council discussed it with the people who were actually involved. So that's really what I'm asking today. How do the penguin colony people feel about it? How do the people involved in information feel about it? Please treasure the people you have. Treasure the people on the ground. Use their knowledge, their expertise. Don't go out of town. Please do it in town. And you've got brilliant people in-house. Use them. That's all I have to say, really.
Thank you, Catherine. And whilst this isn't the exact vehicle for answering a lot of questions and so on, I can say, well, there's no intention to sell it to anyone. There is a desire to look at who can help grow the penguin colony with us and actually respect all of those things that you've talked about. So, you know, there's no intention to get rid of any of the very positive things that are happening there. It's not about selling the penguin colony. It's about how can we make it even more of an attraction and look after the penguins and do all of the scientific research and so forth and so on. And I can also assure you that we still spend time, and we have been as part of the district plan, standing around tables with maps, talking to farmers. We've been out in the community in halls, talking to locals with maps around tables, exactly as you've described. We haven't changed that. But when we have a submission process like this, it is very public. It is live streamed, which is something that you never had the opportunity to do. It's actually broadcast to many more people than previous councils have ever had the chance to do. There is a lot of transparency in that respect, and as a signatory of the letter that came to us about workshops and so on, I want to emphasise that more is done in public than was ever done before, and that's a simple fact. But to take on board what your other comments were on the economic development side of things, I think I want to allay some of your concerns, because it's not about throwing babies out with bathwater. It's about how how do we actually make things even better? How do we help encourage people to stay longer, spend more time here, learn more about our community, and spend more money, of course, as well.
So ask the people on the ground. That's what I'm asking you to do. Ask the people on the ground, because this is what the people on the ground are saying. And definitely information centre should be much more visible and used much more. I know that the one in Rangi Ora at the time is absolutely flat out, because they are helping to do bookings for people all over New Zealand, because they have the information and they're putting it out there.
Okay, thank you. I do need to ask councillors if you've got any questions.
Well, yes, I do have one. You asked us two questions. Who are we going to sell the Penguin Colony to, and what is our agenda? You've heard an explanation
Right.
from the mayor. Do you now accept that selling is not part of the agenda?
Who isn't? Sorry,
Do
selling.
you now, having heard
Well,
what
if
Gary
the-
said, do you now
I will
accept that
take the
selling
mayor
is
at
not
his
part of
word.
our agenda? Sorry,
If the mayor says that, I'll take him at his
Yeah.
word.
that's all. I'm
Because
saying.
otherwise,
Huh?
I would
Yep.
be calling him a liar, and I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Faint praise. Thank you. Next submitter is David Sherman. Welcome, Tim. The microphone's on, so just when you're ready, just go.
Is this
Go
this
for it.
on?
Yes,
Good.
all good.
Thank you, council, mayor, for letting me come here and speak to you. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Little bit about me. I make my living helping scientists acquire and analyze data. And I was actually twice recognized by NASA for doing this kind of work. So I know a lot about how to interpret data, and I know a lot about how to interpret a predictive model. And that's exactly what Polis, however it's pronounced, is actually trying to do here. But they haven't really done a very good job. So they took this set of past economic data and they tried to extrapolate what would happen in the future, using some pretty sketchy methods that really don't fill me with a whole lot of confidence. And my written submission was 9 pages that went into the details of all of this. And I do encourage you to ask any question you would like about that. But I'm not going to really dwell on that right now because as I understand it, this council has already voted to adopt the strategy framework. And so this meeting is really only here to talk about how this strategy framework is going to be administered.
I think I think I speak on behalf of all of us. We're really interested to read your submission and the background around the statistical analysis and so forth. And it is something that we probably do want to ask some more questions on to Polis in particular, get their feedback. But we did find it very interesting. And so I think there are elements in the strategy itself is quite broad, quite high level, doesn't go into a lot of the specifics. And so there's an opportunity to still inform that a little bit more, particularly if we do end up setting up an economic development agency. So please cover whatever you want to cover on it. I think we're open ears and we want to hear from you.
Okay, well, as I wrote, what I found is that this strategy as it was written was extremely poorly documented. It was poorly tested, distorted and biased to the point of it was just telling flat out lies. Most importantly, it was based entirely on this very, very hand wavy kind of guess, where they kind of assumed that the growth rate would increase by 20 to 50%, but they never really told us how that would happen. They just said, "Oh, well, if you have a plan, it'll just happen." So there was a lot in there that I kind of was left scratching my head saying, what were they trying to sell? But what I'm really here to talk about today is the EDA. because that's, you know, the Economic Development Agency is the vehicle to administer this strategy framework. And from what I could see, I don't think that, I mean, Polis presented several different options and with a few sentences about each one, but there wasn't enough depth of information there to let submitters really make a meaningful submission about what these different options are or whether the EDA was the right administrative model. You know, it's not my forte, I don't know, but what I will say is that the EDA organization as it's described, Gary actually took a lot of my time.
I was going to
Great.
give you at least another 20 seconds.
Excellent, thank you very much. This EDA, as it's described, I don't think will be able to successfully carry out the strategy because the board of governance is stacked to the rafters with business people, and that would be fine if that were the only goal, but it really isn't. And you know, this strategy framework has all kinds of projects, many of which provide well-being advantages through stronger social networks and community education, programs for responsible stewardship of land and environment. And all of these projects, they sound fantastic on paper. But if the people in charge are all business people, then all the business projects are going to bubble up to the top and everything else will just sort of sink down to the bottom of the pile. And that's, you know, that's just what happens because the people in charge were chosen for their business acumen. And that's not their fault. It's just that, you know, if the only tool in your tool belt is a hammer, then every problem is a nail. And these people are likely to consider business growth to be the solution to every problem because that's what they're good at. That's why they were chosen to be on this board. So if you want to create a new organization to manage this highly dubious economic growth, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. But I would like to see a broader range of people on the actual governance board. I'd like to see people in urban planning and education, social work, farming, conservation, recreation, and healthcare. Because you know, these things drive social well-being just as much as jobs. So I think that's about all that I have to say. If there are any questions, I'm certainly willing to answer.
Thank you very much, Sam, and councillors, any questions?
Very comprehensive, thank you.
I think we'll agree. It was, yeah, it's very, very good analysis, and yeah, we're keen to look more into what you've had to say there. And as far as the makeup of the board, yeah, I mean that really is something to be determined overall. Take your point that it needs to make sure that it's got diversity on there, diversity of views and perspectives. So thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you.
So would you mind just turning that microphone off? It's just got the camera stuck on that one. So we're just going to, thank you very much. Our next submitter is Chelsea McGaw from the Royal Forest and Bird Society, who's joining us on Zoom. So I'm just going to, hello, Chelsea.
Kia ora, how's it going?
Kia ora, very well. Thank you very much for joining us. So basically ready for you just to make your submission now. So the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Well, I mean, first of all, we're not sure of Forest and Bird, are not sure of kind of the options that are presented, if there are any other options, or the how it's currently run in a private partnership are the only two options that we have. So it'd be nice if council was able to do some kind of report or options analysis or assessment so we could know the full range of what options there are with the blue penguin colony. Our primary concerns with a private partnership are kind of continuation of the activities that they currently do, which probably don't provide a huge economic benefit to the colony in itself, such as the research and monitoring that they do for the korora, because I know they don't only monitor the ones at the site itself, they monitor them around the harbour as well, and they collaborate with a lot of other organisations on that, and their research gets used kind of sector wide and not just for the colony. So we'd really like that to continue. They've got over 30 years of data, and it would be a shame to lose the integrity of that data if, say, the monitoring or research was to change in any way. And they also they have other species there, not only korora, they've got the kikino fur seals and the shags as well. So it'd be nice to, have them continue to be advocated for. And they also do a lot of work in the rehabilitation kind of area, I suppose. And they don't only take on korora from around the colony, but around the greater kind of Otago region as well. So yeah, I guess what we're asking is just to ask, will that continue under this new partnership model that is being proposed, and are there any other options going forward with the colony?
Okay, yeah, I think we were actually trying to be non-specific because otherwise we run the risk of people making accusations that we've already made up our mind, and we've actually got someone sitting in the wing, so to speak, ready to take it over, and we've had that in the past. And so in trying to avoid that, we end up going to the other end of the spectrum of not being specific enough with some people. But appreciate your comments, and it really is, I think the intention for us is how do we make things even better, and that's probably the question, and we're not really, we don't want to answer that ourselves. It's looking at others bringing ideas forward and seeing how it could be better, but totally, the strength of submissions around supporting the research and the science-based knowledge has been very strong, and I think we've all appreciated that what's been said in those submissions. Probably just a quick question from me would be, we've got a lot of other wildlife around the harbour, as you'll be aware, and if there was something which actually helped to bring some of that under the penguin colony umbrella, is that something that Forest and Bird would think would be helpful?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, I think our concern is more losing things rather than adding more on. And yeah, I guess we're coming from the view that growth isn't just economic. So yeah, and I think that would be supportive of both economic growth and growth in research and environmental gains and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Thompson's got a question.
Yes, good morning, Chelsea. I wonder, can you just give me a rough indication of Forest and Birds membership in terms of numbers?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure on Waitaki. We have about 500 in Dunedin, which we kind of translate to Waitaki a little bit, and we're quite interested in the Waitaki region as well. But there is a small group, I think it might be around 80. I can get back to you with actual proper numbers, but we do have a branch in Waitaki and a committee. So, and the committee has, I think, about 8 members on it in Waitaki.
Oh, no, thank you. I was actually thinking more nationally because.
Oh, nationally, yep. With I don't know if I have the updated numbers in front of me. I think we've got 45 branches. I'm not sure what our national number's up to. It was around the 100,000 mark of members, but I don't know specific. But I can find out and let you know. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. It was just, I do appreciate the advocacy that you give to our flora and fauna, but I also just wanted to be able to weight that by actually how many New Zealanders stand in the same position that you do.
The numbers have fluctuated a bit with since COVID and stuff like that, so I don't know exactly what I know. It was sitting at around 100,000 about a year ago, but I can get updated numbers if you're interested in that. But I can tell you we are New Zealand's largest NGO, environmental NGO, sorry.
Your website states it's more than 100,000 members and supporters, so it's about, fairly big.
Yeah, I can get you like exact membership numbers if you'd like. Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that one.
I think that'll be close enough. Thank
Cool.
you very much. We've got Councillor Hopkins with a question.
Yeah, Chelsea, my question is, follows on from that. To what extent, if at all, is your advocacy and support for the penguin colony reflected in financial assistance? If you value the research undertaken and see the benefits of it, and you are the country's leading environmental NGO, what are you providing by way of support financially for the OBPC?
We do, most of our support is in advocacy, education space for individually run places, because Forest and Bird have their own reserves and colonies and stuff that we financially support, but we do like one-off kind of donations to community groups where there's a need, or other organisations. For example, we did one recently to like the Otakanui Eco Sanctuary. So that's done by the individual branches, because each branch hold their own kind of pot of money, I guess you'd say. And on a case by case basis, they'll donate a gift or a koha to local conservation or biodiversity organisations. I'm not sure if they have gifted to the Oamaru penguin colony before, but I could definitely find out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That seems to be all of the questions. So thank you very much for taking the time to make the submission and for joining us to speak to that submission. Appreciate the effort.
Great, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, next we've got submission number 186, which is Bruce Alberston. So welcome back to the chamber, Bruce. Seems to be a bit of a theme this morning of welcoming ex-councillors back to the chamber. So when you're ready, be aware this is live streams, full transparency.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Gary and everybody. I can't help tagging on to the last one. I am a member of Forest and Bird. When Alps to Ocean was being formed, it was our Forest and Bird that actually brought out some of the early volunteer groups to help get ready before the track was formed. Forest and Bird is also one of the key organisers of groups working on the Cape over my 30 years or so. So I would encourage you to see economic investment in the way in which our voluntary groups can actually galvanise and provide support for very important projects, including many of this council's.
We'll take all of that. Take all of that as part of the previous submission, and we'll now
start your time. Thanks very much. The context, I would like to encourage you to consider all of the proposals and the overall concepts of what you're putting forward with regards to economic development, and particular its effect on tourism Waitaki and the way in which tourism Waitaki may or may not be structured, is in the 30-year context of tourism Waitaki. Since it started in the mid-90s, and since around at the Plunkett Rooms, there was the first form of information centre available, and its evolution through to when it came onto the corner here, just opposite, and subsequently. I was involved here in this council with the formation of both Tourism Waitaki and the Waitaki Development Board. The Waitaki Development Board has as its first chairman, Mr. Blue May, and he may have been referred to as one of the key drivers and somebody with vision along the lines of what you're also wanting to explore again. What we actually experienced and saw, and I say this also as the operator of a tourism attraction. In 2001, Whitestone Waitaki Awards for tourism were accredited by Tourism New Zealand for the first time. And there were key reasons why they accredited. They said, you now know your product, which is Whitestone Waitaki. They said, you've established your brand in the context of Tourism New Zealand. You're promoting both your product and your brand. And you've also got some good shop fronts. You've got to polish the windows of some of those shop fronts. And a lot of what has been done in the harbour plan, which also rested on a 2010 draft development strategy, which some of you have probably had, perused and considered, all those things contributed. And Sir Neil Cousins, who was the head of English Heritage, the main advisor to the British government, stood in our opera house in 2011 and said, Whitestone Waitaki is an international destination. But he said, it's over to you as to whether you actually make it work. He gave some wonderful help. I'm sure Gary would remember his willingness and his repeated visits here, which was disproportionate to the time he spent in other parts of New Zealand, because he saw there was something very special about Whitestone Waitaki. I'd like to encourage you to consider an either-or solution. I note that there's a line in the report which says your regional tourism organisation would remain under the model that you could be proposing. When we actually got regional tourism organisation approval, after years of being a hanger-on to coastal Waitaki, coastal Otago, I should say, South Canterbury bidding for us because they saw us as very good collateral. When we got it in 2011, it was required that we had a legal entity. And that legal entity had to be able to stand in its own right. I asked the question, you may have found that that's no longer the case, but I believe from my recent inquiry that Tourism Waitaki needs to remain as an entity in its own right if it is to be a regional tourism organisation. And I frankly feel that you've already seen the benefits. You've already seen the added on economic development, which has come here because of it. And I would just simply say, as a neighbour up on the corner of Wansbeck and Tees, I will know what Scott's has added to, if you like, that business development and everything that goes with it. Scott agreed to come here, and if Graham Clark is too modest to tell you, it was because of what his advocacy was as the advocate for the Whitestone Civic Trust. And Scott said when they could see, and I was a little bit involved with some of the conversations, when they could see what was possible and the way other things would add on to it and develop, they set up, and they are a key activity and added to the fact nobody would have thought we'd have 4 that were doing well business-wise right through the precinct of similar kind in terms of hospitality and the nature of their activity. I will just simply realise, because of time against it, saying that I do believe that you would be doing a better job for the commercial aspirations if you took Tourism Waitaki still as an entity in cooperation with the Development Board.
Thank you very much for that. Councillors, time for a quick question. Pretty thorough. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak to your submission.
I'll see you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Next, we've got the Waitaki Whitestone Geopark Trust, Lisa Hines, and the chair, Helen Jansen. So welcome. Or is it just going to be Lisa speaking?
Just for any questions, yes.
Okay, Lisa, you're fronting up, so
Yes.
welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the new ways to support economic growth in the Waitaki district. I'm Lisa, and I'm here today on behalf of the Waitaki Whitesand Geopark Trust. And with me, as Gary said, is our chair, Helen Jensen, in case there's any questions afterwards. The Waitaki Whitesand Geopark Trust is supportive of the Council's proposal to establish an economic development agency, which includes the management and promotion of the tourism sector. The Trust can see the benefit in linking the different sectors of our economy closer together and encourage collaboration within that agency, but particularly collaboration with our community and our business community beyond that. Collaboration is at the heart of what we do as part of a geopark as well, and has enabled us to work towards our goals and objectives in the last couple of years with a very small geopark core team. As a geopark, we recognize the importance of storytelling as a way in which people can relate to the land and understand it as well, so we can all look after it for a better future. Storytelling was also a key community feedback that we received during our roadshow that we did at the end of 2021, so we know it's something the community is passionate about as well. The development of the Waitaki story will be a crucial part of the success of the Economic Development Agency, but we recognize it's a big project and that it will require a collaborative approach. The Trust would appreciate the opportunity to be part of this development when the time is right, and making sure that the geological, biological, as well as cultural stories are covered and interwoven. The Trust is concerned about the human resourcing outlined in the proposal, particularly of only having one FTE as part of the visitor lead, and would like to see the Council relook at those parameters to ensure that the agency has got enough resources to successfully deliver on behalf of the district. The Waitaki Whitesand Geopark Trust is also supportive of the proposal to investigate partnership opportunities for the penguin colony here in Oamaru. It is a crucial tourism and conservation asset for our district. And after just being at Trends, the New Zealand's biggest trade event last week, I can see the importance of the colony for our tourism industry. Being one of the only trade-ready products that Oamaru has, as even the wider Waitaki district, it is a crucial element and was brought up a lot last week. Not just for the tourism industry, but also for the sustainable and regenerative tourism that we are all working towards. The colony is a great example of how tourism can support regeneration of the species, and the Trust would like to see this aspect being retained and prioritized while looking for partnership opportunities. To summarize, the Trust is keen to see a collaborative and sustainable approach while setting up and delivering the Economic Development Agency and the Waitaki story. And with the meeting of the Executive Board of UNESCO just around the corner, we're hoping to become New Zealand's first UNESCO Global Geopark in just a few weeks' time. Geoparks are vehicles that foster sustainable regional development, and the Trust will be starting to become more active in this space as well. So we're looking forward to working with Council, the Runanga and other stakeholders to enable economic growth that supports our communities across the district. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Councillor Hopkins first.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Just out of curiosity, you said that the Trust would be interested in having a role in the future evolution and administration and development of tourism and I think the penguin colony. What does the Trust have any view as to what that might be? Have you formed a view yet as to how the Trust might be involved?
We haven't discussed a particular way. I think, I was saying, particularly in the Waitaki story, we would really like to be involved. We're already working with the Runanga on gathering and interweaving those stories. In terms of the penguin colony, there's certainly a way we can see linking it up with ancient penguins that we have in this district, as well as the modern ones. But there's certainly more discussion to be had around the Trust board of what that would look like and what the Trust would like to put their hand up for or not.
Some other submitters have suggested an amalgamation or a combination of the vanished world at Duntroon, which I think you do have some management involvement with now, and the penguin colony. Is the trust exploring that as an option?
Exploration is probably the right word. It's not off the table, so it has been brought up in a few trust meetings. So it's just a matter of how that might look like. What can the geopark bring to the table? What will be needed for the colony? And so yeah, definitely open for exploration.
Any other questions? No, thank you very much for the good
Thank
work and all the best for a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you.
We're all waiting with bated breath on that particular one. Most of us. Okay, next up, we've got the Whitestone Civic Trust, and representing there, we've got Michelle Harrison. And trustee Richard Vinbrooks. Also note the chair is in the room, Graham Clark. So welcome to you all. And just before you start, Michelle, just want to say thank you very much for all the work that you've gone to in helping host the Sunrise TV crew this morning around the precinct. Fantastic coverage, and just but I mean the value of that is very significant. So well done to you, and also to Tourism Waitaki and Tourism New Zealand for setting things up in the first place. But yeah, it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's been a very long morning, let's just say that. But it's quite a good segue. From the trust point of view, we wouldn't like to see the disestablishment of Tourism Waitaki. What happened today wouldn't have been able to take place if we didn't have Philippa there. Although we are in the business of property, we also see great value in attracting visitors from outside the region down to the Victorian precinct into Waitaki, and by having somebody who's governing that to make it happen, you know, it's vital for bringing in economic value within the Waitaki region. What I'm trying to say is it's been noted that currently there isn't enough money to set up the Economic Development Agency in its full vision of what you see is going to happen. And we feel that if you go ahead and disestablish Tourism Waitaki, that we are going to lose out a lot in this town, in this area, because tourism is definitely a growth area now that COVID is over. So that's the trust point of view. Did you want to add anything, Richard?
Look, yeah, the fear is that if all this goes under the cover of an EDA, that tourism will be just one of the things that the EDA will be looking after. And we're a little bit unsure if it will actually get enough coverage, if it will be a dedicated part of it to a degree that will make a difference. And I think we had a little bit of a problem with the way the question was asked, because it was two questions in one. And the thing is, I think we have been for a while, most probably all of us had bigger hopes for what Tourism Waitaki could achieve. And while we're dissolving it now, will the new EDA actually be more efficient and achieve more when it comes to tourism? Because it's not a dedicated agency for tourism. And you know, I've been corrected on that. I was chucking out the baby with the bath, but it's a bathtub. Shouldn't we actually look at how can we do what we have done better, instead of saying, oh, no, we're going to start completely new again, and we give it plenty of money? I'm not sure. So we actually like to have we would prefer to have a dedicated organization looking after tourism instead of chucking it into the big basket.
Yeah.
Second one, we said no, we're pretty negative. And when it comes to looking at partnering the penguin colony with an outside entity, We are of the firm opinion that a community-owned asset should remain entirely community-owned and operated. To explain that a little bit, I've got a problem here from a business viewpoint. I do have a problem with what the benefits would actually be. If you have got something that runs well and is bringing you revenue, why would you share it? If it's not bringing in revenue, can you actually find a competent partner? The thing is, if you say we want to attract outside investment in, this is nice, but of course, anyone who brings investment in wants return on that investment. So shouldn't we get the return on the investment instead of inviting someone in? Or if it is actually not returning investment, will we get anyone who is competent as a partner? So we said no to this one too.
Yes,
I think
that's it.
that's our presentation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for that. I have a question around your advocacy for tourism. When tourism equates to 3.7% of our GDP, and yet our rural community contributes 40%. Now, I know tourism is sexy. It's great to see people arrive on a bike and spend money in town. But for example, if we could find a better type of grass to grow in Waitaki that would eliminate nitrogen leaching into our waterways or make production better, it would be a huge contribution. And we've got a duty to all our ratepayers. So why? What I want you to do is actually tell me why, as a ratepayer, a rural ratepayer, I should subsidise tourism.
Look, it's not, Jim, thank you for the question. It's not an either or, and I'm not saying we should actually have an EDA that's completely committed to tourism. What I'm saying, I don't think we actually need a huge budget. And I think, look, there is a lot of scope for rural development, which council should engage in. But should we chuck that all together? Should we really actually have it all under one roof? That's a question. And we're not convinced as a trust, we're not convinced that this is actually the best outcome we can get. And look, we could say the other way around. If we would actually establish something to look, if we would have an established entity looking after rural development, how well would that be served when tourism suddenly becomes a bigger earner again? How much would of the focus would be lost then towards tourism? Because it is nice and sexy, you know, and people can see huge growth rates because it's quite small. Things that are small can grow immensely, and suddenly the attention will get drawn away. Shouldn't we actually keep these things slightly separated and actually have dedicated fields where they'll be working in? I think this is our approach.
The challenge is we're going to have submissions later on today from federated farmers who tell us that through levy paying, farmers actually fund their own resource and research and development. My challenge to people who operate in tourism, how much money are they prepared to kick into the kitty to actually promote what they're doing? From a philosophical point of view, supposedly we're in a society where user pays. And so the challenge is council pays, but the businesses reap the benefit.
Look, as I said, why should we get in the mindset, oh, they're taking away our loaf of bread? Because isn't it that we actually should be trying to share this loaf of bread equally? And it's not about we're using, and it should have gone there. I think tourism, Waitaki as an entity has never reached its potential. And we are not completely opposed to dissolving it. The question is tourism actually better served or adequately served in a new EDA? And this is what we're actually having our doubts about.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. Richard, Michelle, can I just explore for a moment your attitude to partnerships? I'm conscious of the fact that the council has partnerships with the Civic Trust at the moment. Admittedly, one of them is contentious right now, and I don't intend to get into the debate about that. But we have a partnership involving information services at your Whitestone City facility. We have a partnership in terms of the loan support. I'm just wondering why you should embrace partnership yourselves, but reject it as an option for the penguin colony going forward, when that partnership might not just simply see share in current revenue, but grow it substantially so that both parties benefit.
Look, that's a good question. The answer to it is that partnership isn't partnership. You know, partnership is dependent entirely on what kind of partners you are looking at. Do we have equal partners? Do we have partners that actually have the same background? Do we have partners that are actually we're looking for the same outcomes? So, you know, we're all, you know, it's a rhetorically interesting question, but it doesn't actually explain or question why we are in favor of partnerships and against partnerships all at the same time, because it's different kind of partnership, Jim.
I think actually you explained it before when you said it about the penguin colony needing to stay in community ownership, and both Civic Trust and Council are community owned in that respect. So my question to that was, if it was something like the Waitaki Whitestone Geopark Trust that may be partnered with the penguin colony to add to what's there, is that the type of partner that could be acceptable in your eyes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you very much for taking the time to come along and for making the submission. And I think it turned out reasonably positive in the end, so despite the negativity. Well, thank you very much, and thanks again to all of you who have been helping with that promotion this morning. Okay, councillors, it's time to take a break for lunch. So we'll be reconvening at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
I love this kind of rigid silence, rigid silence. It's good as if we're taking a break. No.
Good afternoon and welcome back to members of the public, to councillors, as we reconvene the hearing of submissions into the economic development strategy. So we welcome Michael Sweeney to the council chamber. Welcome, and basically hand over to you when you're ready.
Thank you. I would like to discuss the penguin colony. Now, the original recommendation of the consultant Polis actually made more sense in a way. Polis said, sell the penguin colony outright. That way, the council would at least have gotten the purchase price out of the deal. The substitute plan is to have a joint venture with management by a commercial partner. This would give the council nothing except headaches. You would lose control. Council would immediately lose at least half of the profits of the penguin colony because the partner would claim them. This would be followed by endless conflict over the steps that the commercial partner would take to generate more profit. That's what a commercial partner exists for. Profit, not conservation. Traffic might be increased beyond what the harbor environment can sustain. Access to the end of the harbor might be blocked. Some attempt to increase the exploitation of the penguins could be expected. A penguin aquarium, perhaps. Now, don't laugh. I've seen penguins abused in that way. Naturally, there would be a fight over every step. The opposition to a commercial joint venture is intense and broad-based. I think you'll see that if you haven't already. It includes people who fear the penguins or for the harbor environment. But it also includes people who just see it as a bad deal. For example, Kelly Williams, who hasn't recently been accused of being a greenie to my knowledge, condemned the joint venture idea because, quote, you don't need a partner that will eat up profits. So the question remains, what to do with the penguin colony, assuming that Tourism Waitaki is disestablished. The current plan, according to the engagement documents, is to create a new council-controlled organization just for the penguin colony. But every CCO requires a board of directors, and the board must be paid. Tourism Waitaki's board was paid a total of $75,000 last year. To put that kind of overhead on an operation as small as the penguin colony makes no sense. Instead, the penguin colony should be brought back into the council as it once was, as its own department, just like similar sized operations such as the Aquatic Center, Forester Gallery, the museum, the library, Alps to Ocean, and the Opera House. This would give council direct control over the penguin colony. Any ideas about building the offer or leveraging wider contacts in the tourist industry can be pursued either by dedicated staff or contractors. Dr. Philippa Agnew is probably smarter than any tourism promoter you'll find, and I'm sure that she can continue to build the penguin colony as a visitor attraction, as she has done successfully in the past. Most importantly, moving the penguin colony into council would give the community some insurance that the balance between the conservation and the tourism revenue will be managed correctly. Let me repeat that. There's a balance between the acknowledged function of the penguin colony as a conservation entity and the need to develop it as a tourist attraction. There has to be a balance set, and setting that balance is critically important. And it's something that the council can never turn its back on and can never give up control over. So it's the best thing to do financially, environmentally, and politically. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Just a question for you, Mr. Sweeney. The description that we had in the consultation document was quite different to as far as what the proposal might be. and certainly what we were looking for in a potential partner. But had you read through the document?
I had read the engagement proposal that was brought to you in the meetings of the 14 March and 28 March. And I think that was fairly straightforward about what was intended.
Okay, yeah, because we've yeah, I think we've defined it further in this document, and it's probably worth reading, would be my suggestion on that one.
I think you have to be upfront. You have to be upfront about what the potential is. You're looking for someone who's going to invest money. And as an earlier submitter pointed out, when someone invests money, they expect a return on it. And that's what we're looking at here. And that's what the option, that's what really has been put towards the public. I think the question in the submission was fairly misleading, and the public deserved a full background as to what the thinking was. But whatever, I think the situation is clear to the public and you ought to act accordingly.
Okay, yeah, well, I wasn't going to add to it, but essentially, I mean, you can have people who do have a financial interest in it, who actually might not be looking for a financial return. And when it comes to CCOs, we have a CCO where directors are not paid. So those things are possible. And, you know, fundamentally though, I just really want to reiterate to you and the public that we're looking for someone that actually shares our values around the scientific purpose, the environmental purpose of the penguin colony. And so those things, yeah, they're not something that we will sell out to.
And I think you're sincere in that. And I think the rest of the council is sincere that they do not want to give up that. But if you create a structure, you turn over management under a joint venture, particularly to a commercial entity, you might not end up with what you want.
No, thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, next we have submission 155, Ian Elliott. Welcome in, and representing Tourism Development New Zealand.
Thank you, Gary.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. Yes, I've got about an hour's worth here, so if I can do it in 4 or 5 minutes, I'd like to think I might be able to answer a few questions. So my company is called Business Performance New Zealand Limited, and I have worked for government departments and privately around New Zealand. But since coming back to the old house in Georgetown, where we've been for 103 years, I trade mostly as Tourism Developments NZ. Currently, then the reason I wanted to speak to you is I'm currently contracted to venture Timaru 1 or 2 days a week, and I just think that's an example of the model you're heading towards working really, really well. I just love working there. My company also contracts with Tourism New Zealand through the Qualmark program, and I proclaim to be a tourism expert partly because over the last 5 years I've done, dare I say it, 715 evaluations of tourism businesses around the Lower South Island. I'd also add that I did actually apply to be GM of Tourism Waitaki and of the Alps to Ocean. So, you know, I'm not here for sour grapes, just stick my hand up and say I'm passionate about the Waitaki. And just to make a point that I think we underestimate the tourism industry as a serious export industry, bigger than dairy in 2019. I do hold a post-grad qualification from the University of Otago in tourism, and actually we should take it seriously as an export industry. So look, I've have a close involvement, have worked with everything you would call everything from Destination West Coast to Great South to Enterprise Dunedin to Destination Queenstown. There is, I think, 31 agencies in New Zealand that do regional tourism as well as economic development. You need to have them together. You don't want the word tourism in it, whether you're development Waitaki, enterprise Waitaki, venture Waitaki. The word tourism, why single out one industry? You're developing a CCO to foster business growth, including tourism. And I think that model is important. And look, in the Timaru example, I've seen, they're rebuilding Scott Base. That's not all down to Venture Timaru, but they played a role in it, $330 million on the wharf there. And I heard of this a long time ago, Heartland Chips, growing 320 hectares of potatoes. Bluebird pulls out. They walked into the Economic Development Agency door in Timaru, said, we're going to build our own factory and make our own chips. Now, I think they do export, but selling all around New Zealand. Where's that door here at the moment to walk in and say, I want to start, I want to grow 300 hectares of some product. I'm going to build a factory, I'm going to export it and sell it here. Whose door do you walk in? And a little example I love, when I was working marketing tourism Waitaki, and I was upstairs down the corner there, and the people from Adventure Horse Trekking came in. They're across the river in the Wairanga, they're not quite Waitaki. And they came into the eyesight, but we won't go there. And the eyesight said, well, the marketing managers of Tourism Waitaki is upstairs. And they came up to me, this is about 6 years ago, we had a good yarn. Now I go and see them, and you'll see their truck up in the Lindis Pass, and they are operating in the Waitaki and around the South Island as a really, really grunty domestic and international horse trekking company that could walk in a door here and get that advice that got them going. So as far as and so I also think, just a bit of a challenge here, while you've had COVID and while you've had this quiet period for tourism, and while you're going through these changes, you have, with all due respect, you have dropped the ball slightly. And most other regions have done a lot more in the last 2 or 3 years. And already that export return is starting to pour in the door. And I don't see it happening quite so much here. So you've got a bit of ground to catch up. So then as far as the penguin colony goes, the question I'd ask you, do you see yourselves as the people with a CCO, do you see yourselves running a trade or wholesale export business? Because that's what the Oamaru penguin colony is. It's absolutely critical. It does its conservation and research work, and it should continue to do so. But you sell wholesale. In 2019, you were selling about $1.5 million of export activity, mostly to the China market. None of those people walking in those buses I mentioned in my submission bought a ticket at the door. They just got invoiced monthly because you're a wholesaler. And I don't know that you want to run an export business like that and have your sales reps up in market like I have been myself and things. It would make more sense that you had a commercial partner while protecting, in a good agreement, your conservation work. And I'd certainly be putting my hand up because it's a great product and it's really, really valued by the overseas trade. And if you can add more product, add more things happening down there, you'll create more export earnings, more jobs, more people staying a night in Oamaru. So you can meet both needs. And not many of the good tourism products around New Zealand are being run by councils. The odd one is, but I think you need a commercial partner. And I myself and many others, I think, would be willing to go into that sort of negotiation. Thank you. I'd love to answer questions.
Right, councillors, you have some questions? No,
that was easy.
No, thank you very much for taking the time and for adding your experience into the discussion, Ian. It's just appreciated. And yeah, we'll see where we go to with all of this.
And as I've mentioned to you and also to Mel that Nigel Davenport, the CEO of Venture Timaru, would be very willing to come down and talk to you about that model, which, as I say, seems to me to be working about as good as you'd find that economic development tourism mix working around New Zealand. So he's just up the road and he's happy to come and talk to you.
We've been in touch and hopefully we'll be doing something either next Monday or the Monday after that. So I'm just going to talk to the councillors and organise a time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, if you've got a
Ian, sorry, very quickly, just before you go, you said that we'd, I'll just clarify, can you amplify a wee bit on that comment you made about us dropping the ball? You said we've dropped the ball lately.
Well, this is this intriguing thing of whether any region needs a tourism body and what do they achieve. But because you're not selling because actually what you're doing is selling a district, then you know, when I was over here at Tourism Waitaki, we did have about 6 or 7 people working in all sorts of spaces, getting conferences like the Irrigation New Zealand conference. It was 400 people. We had a whole team marketing the district around New Zealand and internationally and with Tourism New Zealand. Now, you haven't got a big team at the moment, and the ones you've got are working like mad. But, you know, many other districts got several 100,000 more in the last round of the funding that was available for the Destination Management Plan implementation. So I've done a whole lot of work getting operators up to speed and making them trade ready in Timaru, but I don't think you've got that funding here and you haven't got the team. Like that penguin colony can go back to having 1.5 to 2 million of export money coming straight in next year But somebody will have to be up in China, the team have been up in Auckland, but there's a whole lot more needs done to make sure that money comes into the Waitaki. So, well, there's a bit of hiatus between tourism Waitaki and where you're going, but the quicker you fill that with a tourism ED role, then the more return you'll get.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My councillors, next submission 147 from Tasman Bay Blue Penguin Trust, and we welcome online. We've got Linda Jenkins, and I'm not sure if Larry Lumsden is there as well, but Linda, if you're happy to put your camera on and turn your mic on. Kia ora. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you can.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Thank
yeah, thanks very much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm representing the Tasman Bay Blue Penguin Trust. I'm a trustee of that organisation. We've been advocating for little blues in Tasman Bay for 5 years now, and we formed the trust 12 months ago. I would have to say that when we first started our involvement with conservation work for little penguins, the Oamaru Blue Penguin Colony was absolutely our leader, our go-to. What that organisation has achieved in terms of scientific research on behalf of the blue penguin conservation community in New Zealand is absolutely outstanding, and the scientific work is leading the way in New Zealand. So we've very much been in the slipstream of what Oamaru has been achieving in the last, since their inception, and certainly since ours. So I do have a focus on penguin conservation, but also I am a co-owner of a travel agency business of World Travellers, and I've worked in inbound tourism for about 30 years. So I've kind of come with two sets of eyes to this proposal. But going back first to the blue penguin, to the scientific research, and correlating that with visitors to New Zealand, I think what Oamaru has achieved is absolutely remarkable and unique for New Zealand. And being able to achieve a visitor attraction that is genuinely involved in conservation and whose profits are genuinely being poured back into that research is totally unique. And anything that will compromise that unique selling point for Oamaru, I think would be a tragedy. And I think we need to be very cognizant these days that visitors to New Zealand are looking for genuine contributions to conservation. So the eyes are on what's being achieved in a scientific and a conservation point of view, not just a greenwash that can be done anywhere, but something that has actually had the time and the legs to be sincere and to be worthy of their participation, because they're looking for participation, not just to go and look and snap and go away again. Today's tourists, and I think New Zealanders going overseas would fall into this category as well. We're looking for sincere, genuine experiences that are real, and Oamaru can offer this at the moment. My concern would be looking at the proposed structure of having a JV. A JV is like a marriage. It's something that can start off really well, and it can end up being painful, to say the least. And where a JV partner may come in with some capital to be able to do something sort of straight up, at the end of the day, a JV partner is going to want return on investment, and it means that at least half of the profits then go to the JV. And it would also be a concern of what would happen further down the track if that JV partner wanted to sell their share to somebody else. Then you've got potentially another partner coming in that maybe does not have the same aims and objectives as the original JV partner, or that you do have yourselves. I think initial capital investment, I don't know whether the objective here is to increase the number of visitors to the attraction, whether the objective is to become like a Phillip Island and have masses of people coming in, but believe me, that is not what people are looking for now. They're looking for smaller groups, smaller crowds, if you like, and again, getting back to that genuine visitor attraction. It would be a shame to see the profit that the attraction is currently making diverted elsewhere, potentially to a JV partner that doesn't have the same objectives. I think your community, the fact that the Oamaru community, Waitaki community got behind this attraction to start with, I think they deserve to remain the primary vocal point in this enterprise. There's a big risk from a governance perspective that there will be inevitable change in the direction of the colony by bringing in a JV partner. And looking at how you go about achieving a suitable JV partner, you're really going to have to strap them down to a very strict MOU, which aligns with your scientific pathway and your objectives. And if you strap that down too hard, that may not be attractive to a JV partner, which means that you may end up compromising on that MOU, which would be a tragedy going forward. I think coming back to the tourism and visitors and your community, we live in Tasman Bay. We are right next door to the Able Tasman National Park. Tourism makes a big impact on this community. And prior to COVID, we were experiencing, if you like, a collision between community and tourists, because the tourism numbers were outstripping what the infrastructure here could offer. And I would imagine there would be a similar sort of dynamic in Waitaki. And in fact, I think if you talk to a lot of communities and also tourism operators, they were saying prior to COVID, we cannot go down this track again of New Zealand being inundated with low-value tourists. And the Tourism New Zealand will say, well, they go out and they promote to high-quality tourists. We only want the high-spending ones. They have been saying that for the last 40 years. And they have been marketing to the high-end value tourists for the last 40 years. And you can only achieve that so far. You cannot ignore the fact that low-value tourists come in their droves as well. And this is where you do end up with a collision between local communities struggling and being overrun by low-value tourists that really are not particularly welcome. So I would urge you to take care in your deliberations. I would urge you not to compromise what you have at the moment, which is high value and a totally unique experience, not just in New Zealand, but worldwide. And I would urge you to value the scientific contribution that the Oamaru penguin colony is making to the scientific framework of New Zealand, because it's very important. And it's interesting that little penguins worldwide have one of the lowest levels of research of any of the penguin species. So what's happening in here in Oamaru is pivotal, especially given their conservation status, which it is, I'm sure you're aware, is at risk and declining. So we need to make sure that we maintain that level of scientific input for the sake of this endemic species. I'd welcome any questions if anyone has any.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Linda, for that. And thank you for reiterating the importance nationally of our Oamaru blue penguin colony. I think I can assure you that many of the things you have concerns for, we also we do treasure and want to make sure that we do not lose any of that. Councillors, do we have any questions? No, okay. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and to come to join us on Zoom and speak to that. Very much appreciate that, and all the best for your work up there in Tasman.
Thank you, and for yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next submission, councillors, number 141, Catherine Henry. Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
So welcome.
Thank you. It's my first time making a submission to council.
Right. Just
So
make yourself comfortable, and just when you're ready.
yeah. So I don't have a background in tourism. I don't have any particular professional interest in this area, but just as a local citizen, having reviewed the documentation that I could find on your proposal online, I was shocked that I couldn't see any rationale. And so just from a purely sort of transparency perspective, as a member of the public, I was really concerned that I mean, surely you must have some reasons. And I was really concerned that that wasn't being conveyed to the general Joe Blogs public. It felt like an insult. It felt like all we got was the rhetoric. And if we're really going to participate in this democratic process, we need to be given the due respect of being able to understand and process these things. And it just wasn't there in the proposal that we got to see. I'm not sure if it's the same as the document that you held up a moment ago, what I could find online. But what I saw is the penguin colony is going really well. It's profitable, and it's in terms of conservation doing amazing things in terms of even the science as well for this endemic species. If it ain't broke, why fix it? I couldn't get anything from the proposal as to why you would want to do this. And I did hear Richard Vinbrooks this morning saying, if you're going to get a partner to invest in this, surely they will be wanting some return on it. Maybe you're suggesting that it might be a university, or I just can't see what entity it would be that would want to invest in this, that would have the same interests in terms of protecting that area, the biodiversity, and also making it so it's not, like Phillip Island was mentioned, millions of people. What is it that you think could be done that would improve it for not just obviously making money, and not just for the penguins, but also for the community? Because we don't want to have millions of tourists down there all the time either. It's wonderful how it is. And what is it that the council sees as being a problem that needs to be fixed is what I would like to know. And the same with the restructure I couldn't see what it was that that the restructure was going to achieve. And yes, I don't have a background in tourism, but I don't think I'm a dummy either. And I just think that the general populace also would like to be treated with a little bit more intelligence and given the respect of actually being told beyond just the rhetoric, what really is the rationale behind this? And that goes for quite a lot of different things that we read about in the newspaper, where we come away after reading a full page newspaper article really knowing not much more. And I think that that could be helped if people would just be a bit more frank about what it really is that's the problem. I agree. I heard Councillor Thompson talking about the problems with investing lots of public money in tourism when different other sectors are actually bringing in more of our income. And Mr. Elliott was also talking about how if you have a tourism board, it would be better if it was just about enterprise and helping businesses. And I agree with both of those comments. But if you're going to spend ratepayers' money, it should be having a realisable impact and benefit for ratepayers. And so in that regard, with what Councillor Thompson was talking about, I do question how much money is being put into the geopark. And now I see also this Heritage New Zealand status for the region. All these things are actually, you're investing ratepayers' money for those as well. And so I guess are you proposing to take money away from I don't know what you want, where you want. I guess that it all ultimately amounts to higher rates, doesn't it? And at this stage, when we can't even buy eggs from the supermarket, where families are facing massive increases in their cost of living everywhere else, is this really enough? Is it going to impact and help the whole community, or is it just going to be isolated businesses that benefit from these investments? And it's pretty long-term investments too, it would seem to me.
Okay.
Sorry.
There's quite a few bits and pieces in there, and I won't try and attempt to answer all of them. Other than the economic development strategy is aimed at inclusive and sustainable growth. So it's looking at, there's going to be some natural growth, economic growth and so on in our community, but it's like, what can we do to actually increase our economy to make it more affordable? So, you know, that's part of it. And obviously there's some elements in there around population growth and so on, which again, make things more sustainable if you've got more people contributing towards them. So there is that. From the penguin colony point of view, it's really deficit thinking to say, you know, what's the problem? It's not, there's a problem, there's an opportunity. And what the opportunity is, you know, how do we actually tell our stories better? And there's potential there to have a partner that joins in, and it might be the Geopark Trust, who can help tell our stories more. They give more reasons why people might go in and during the daytime, because the penguins, we've trained them well to come in at night time, so people have to stay overnight, but we haven't given people enough things to do during the day. And that, you know, that's partly looking after the visitors, but it's also how do we tell our stories, the Waitaki story, better? So there are elements of that come into it as well. I could probably spend, you know, half an hour going through all of the bits and pieces. It's not meant to be treating ratepayers with any disdain or anything like that. It's really about, you know, we've packaged together the consultation document that sits alongside the economic development strategy itself, which is on the website, and it was believed that set the scene enough, without us having to then define exactly what the solutions might be, because we don't want to think we're the only ones with solutions. That's what's the view of the public. So definitely appreciate your comments, and yeah, it's a challenge trying to make sure that we live within our community's means, because that's obviously an issue and an aspect of the penguin colony. Is if income can be increased, then that helps to offset some of the other costs, and it means it doesn't come from ratepayers. So there's aspects of that in there as well. So that's a bunch of things, but I better ask if there's anyone with any questions.
Yes, Gareth, Mr. Mayor, I did have one, and it follows on from the point you've made. Catherine, you said at the end that people are facing a real squeeze, that they can't afford to buy eggs and so on. If you accept the fact that we're not trying to solve a problem but create an opportunity, would you be in favour of things that might offer some rates relief by way of an alternative income stream that could be used to offset or reduce rate increases?
Well, if there was an income stream that wasn't going to risk the environmental benefits that that are obviously important in that area, and yeah, absolutely, yeah, support that. But the problem is that this proposal, as the lady before said, when you've got and if it was the Geopark Trust that was your partner, how would they provide any income? How would they provide any capital to the project? So what exactly would they be adding, and why does the structure need to change in order to obtain that? And so sorry, now I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, I think the issue is that there's not a problem, you've accepted that, and this proposed solution carries with it great risk, because it's not just about now, it's about what happens and how this contract is interpreted and breached and whatever else down the track in 10, 20 years' time. And we all know that contractual interpretation is not a simple thing, you know, and you can draft a contract perfectly, and still there will be situations arise down the track that you weren't contemplating.
Yeah, and you know, I guess that, I mean, that can happen with anything, and you know, we can only deal with what we've got now.
The risk is there.
And what we're trying to do is get the balance right, and yeah, and helpful to hear what people's thoughts are on those different aspects. So thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and to come in, which is appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Councillors, we've now got submission number 166, Graham Lowe, who's joining us via Zoom. So welcome, Graham, and if you are happy to put your camera on and your microphone on, and we'll be keen to hear your thoughts. Hello. Yeah, Graham.
Hello, it's Graham Lowe here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't
floor is
quite
yours.
got my screen sorted. Thank you, Your Worship, the Mayor and councillors. I first encountered the penguins in your port in 1982 when I first moved to Otago. I'm impressed with what's been done for them and for tourism. I voluntarily assisted in several aspects of the development, and I've attended all 13 of the Oamaru Penguin Symposiums. I'm not a ratepayer. I live down here in Dunedin, but I have put in some sweat equity, so I hope I have some standing with you. Your level-headed and productive scientist, Dr. Philippa Agnew, always impresses me, and she impressed me yet again just last week at the Penguin Symposium. What you've done here is fantastic. I mean, it really amazes me that it pays its own way. That's not easy. It's like making walking tracks pay their own way. It's really maintaining wildlife, is maintaining the infrastructure that supports the tourism economy in that field. I've been to penguin viewing sites in other places in New Zealand, of course, out at Pukekura and Otago Harbour, and in other places in New Zealand, Christchurch. Also over in Australia, in Victoria, with the Pink Phillip Island one, Tasmania on the north coast, and in New South Wales at Taronga Park Zoo, and also over in the Galapagos and in Peru. Looking at those sites, I think Oamaru's right up to date. It's doing things that are appropriate, and there's no obvious ideas to be stolen from them. Taken in isolation, I'd be surprised if a joint venture partner focused on just the penguin colony would be able to add much to the project. I would recommend that when looking at this, that you take in the whole harbour and the headland in looking at how to develop further opportunities for nature-based tourism and scenery-based tourism, because it's spectacle as well as animals. In my submission, I point to numerous opportunities to lobby for a better, safer environment for wildlife that can support tourism. In particular, right on your table, of course, is maintaining the Sumpter Wharf and developing the Otago Shag spectacle. That would need capital, both to support the wharf and to provide for visitors. I believe it would take a decade for that to stand on its own financially. But I'm also surprised how small a part tourism is in the district economy. So wish you well with maintaining this facility and tourism in the district through the multiple challenges that we're facing at the moment with the economy, with the climate, with changes in the markets. There's a lot of difficulties. Being ambitious for growth is not wrong, but I think we also have to be quite conservative to plan for the challenges that we have ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Councillors, got any questions at all? Okay, no. Thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission to us, Graham. It's great to get a perspective from someone like yourself that's been involved with the colony for so long. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, next submission number 128 from Chris Laylis. So welcome, Chris. Take a seat there, and the microphone is on, so just when you're ready, you can just start talking.
Okay, I don't need to press any buttons. Marvellous. I've said everything I wanted to say in the submission itself. The reason I made a submission is to emphasise the importance that if you're making changes at the Blue Penguin colony, that there's no reduction in the monitoring. For example, someone may come along and say that they can do the monitoring at half the price. I would suggest any reduction in the monitoring can generate bogus results. That's about all I wanted to emphasise. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that may have arisen.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't think there's any intention to impact negatively on the scientific research aspect of the colony. Councillors, do you have any questions on that or any other aspects of the submission? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, just looking at Chris, looking at your written submission, you quote the economic development strategy, and you say that that strategy identifies the OBPC as one of the core funding sources for the EDA, or it envisages it as being. And then it goes on to say, or you quote it again, that tourism contributes just 2.7% of the GDP. And you say, so I regard using the OBPC as a core funding source as imbalanced. And I don't quite understand what you mean. Can you explain that, please?
If there's $500,000 profit, this is pre-COVID per year, according to your report, for that to be going into supporting a broad group suggesting progress in the Waitaki district, it seems to be out of proportion to the 2.5% that's contributed to local GDP by tourism. So the tourism sector, I would be suggesting should be providing a much smaller proportion of the total. I don't feel in the least bit strongly about this. It was just seemed to me a bit out of kilter that you wanted more money to come in so that you could put more money to go out, as opposed to money spent in conservation and development of ecotourism.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to come and visit us and give your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have the next one on this? Okay, so we haven't got the next submitter here yet, so but we do have the one after that. So submission number 214, Jan Wheeler. So, well, Jan gets her documentation. Welcome back to the chamber, Jan.
Thank you. I've got some sheets of paper for.
Okay, we'd just like to give them to Mel there, and she can look after those.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here to submit today.
You can feel free to sit if you like.
I probably should stand up. Gary,
could you just lift the microphone?
Oh, okay, I'll sit. Yes.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
either way,
No.
yeah, just need to make sure we hear you.
Yeah. I'd just like to say to the mayor and councillors, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak. This sounds very no. I just was thinking on the way in, the word work could stand for a student hearing the word work should be promoted to them, saying W for well-being, R for O for opportunity, R for reward, and K for kinship and key to their futures. And honestly, everything depends on work ready, work skills, and work for the future of the whole country, actually. And kids don't seem to realise this. So basically, I said no to this development plan, which is a good example. I thought of more pie in the sky dreaming. It'll be another expensive layer of bureaucracy which fails to produce tangible profit for Waitaki District and employs another 9 full-time staff with a budget of 1.78 million. And I wondered if that's the annual cost. Briefly, yes. Okay. And so it's funded by ratepayers and it will equal more council debt for very little return. It's devoid of reality, the effects of increasing New Zealand's central government and Waitaki District government rules and regulations and dwindling tourist numbers, which are really starting to hit in now. I think we've got 66% of people coming into this country, and the avgas fueled problems, there's all sorts of problems, and New Zealand's not top of the pops, I don't think, really. So that is a bit of a problem with this plan. And there'll be more losses into the future for farmers and all businesses in Waitaki District. The Waitaki District Council's basic brief is to work for the ratepayers in providing essential services and maintain and improve the standard of amenities in the district. And this will bring businesses in if they know that the roads are good, the wastewater is good, the rubbish is dealt with, water supply, parks and gardens and places for kids, good schools, sports fields, library. Central government demands must be adjusted to the situation and the needs of the Waitaki District ratepayers. Waitaki District ratepayers will never be able to repay huge increasing debts. Ratepayers resent paying debt for pie in the sky dream project plans, which will not return dollars. Extreme district plan overlays are debilitating for landowners and farmers, causing properties values to drop because of the future uncertainty, and it is distressing for farmers who are doing their best out there. Huge increases in Waitaki District Council rate taxes, high diesel costs for rural transport contractors and landowners presently comes at a huge cost to farmers and businesses. They're under huge pressure from central government regulations and costs. Coupled with this, extensive areas of Waitaki District long-term plan, extensive outstanding natural landscape layers have been put across landowners' property, significant natural landscape sites and areas of significance to Maori and biodiversity. These blanket overlays should be site-specific, and they are not, and they are causing huge distress to homeowners and landowners in the countryside. And it will take a lot of food-producing farmland out of production, reducing Waitaki District Council's GDP. The geopark, I say no to the geopark, which I suspect is the motivation for much of the extensive outstanding natural landscape designations, which will never produce any predicted income stream, but will continue to be a drain on ratepayers. If you want to record and video Vanished World at Duntroon and the history of the sites, use it in advertisements. No to the Three Waters, which if it comes into law in New Zealand, the charges for household water, Waitaki District power supply will be astronomical, and ratepayers will also lose their assets. Carbon farming is a problem, again, reducing jobs, taking over farmland. WINS work, New Zealand work training, skill training has government funding. Waitaki District Council can liaise with and connect businesses with available funds. No to the increasing taxes, creating poorer households. And I'm suspicious of LGNZ incentivising debt for councils, what their future plans are, given what their future plans are. And no to the commercialisation of the fragile blue penguin colony. Tourism centre,
leave it open, do more videoing and recording of Waitaki District Council attractions and partner with other New Zealand towns. Instead of this plan, build on the last 20 years of economic development in this Waitaki district in the form of the loans to irrigation, and within that there are many job vacancies. Workers are needed now on dairy farms, milking, maintenance, mechanics, truck drivers, competent staff. Whitestone City proposed sports stadium, Blue Penguin Colony. What local businesses need is the trained skilled workers for the future. So Waitaki District could cooperate with government funding incentives, wins schools, businesses, and get students to work. Training courses in Dunedin.
Jan, I'm going to have to cut you off there.
Thank you.
I mean, we have read your original submission and this adds to it, and we've got the copy of that, so we will make sure we take the time to look at that.
Okay.
But thank you very much for coming in. We've got our previous submitter now waiting on Zoom, and we'll take that one. But thank you very much for coming in.
Ask councillors to think about these points that I've made when you're making a decision.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So councillors, we'll just go back the one to submission 216 to Naturan. And I'll just wait for Sue to come through. That's okay. Just connecting to the audio still. Okay, Sue, can you hear me? If you can hear me, if you are able to put your camera on and unmute, and so welcome.
Kia ora, thank you. Nice to see you.
Thanks very much for joining us. We'll just hand straight over to you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit. The Oamaru penguin colony is nationally significant, and it's great that you are hearing people from Dunedin, and I was pleased to hear Linda's comments from Tasman, and many of my comments were very similar to hers, so I will try not to repeat them. I think the council and the Tourism Waitaki really need to be congratulated, because the Oamaru penguin colony has really put Oamaru on the world stage. And that's a huge achievement, from going from that small colony when I first arrived in Otago to more than doubled its size in the last couple of decades. It's a fantastic achievement. So as other speakers have said before, we really don't want to jeopardise the success of that. And so for me, I have some concerns about the proposal for a joint venture, largely because we don't have any idea what the parameters might be in choosing the joint venture partnership, but also because it's a public asset. It's the colonies, as you say, the land would stay owned with the community, but the health and well-being of the colony is very much dependent on the people who are running the tourism venture. And handing that over to a joint venture partner, where the council may have limited influence and where the joint venture partner may be required to make more profit, and to return that profit to the shareholders or to the business owners. And that means that money may well go outside of the Waitaki community. It may not stay within the Waitaki community. And if things go wrong, it's harder for the council to wrest the control back again. So the primary purpose of any reorganisation, if there is to be, really needs to be the health and well-being of the penguin colony, and the colony being able to be self-sustaining and to continue to support the long-term monitoring, the research that goes on there, the predator control that goes on there, and the conferences are fantastic. I think there were 90 people at the last conference. I've been to quite a few of them. It has an international reputation. Those are things that I think really help put Oamaru on the map, and threatening or changing those when they're clearly working, I think would be difficult. and there is a potential for conflict as profit may become more important than the penguins' health. So just a plea, you've got a fantastic asset on your back doorstep, and we frequently stop to have a cup of tea with the shags. And I've been involved in tourism and wildlife tourism for a while, and also for conservation for a while, and have visited penguin colonies throughout New Zealand and also in Australia and further afield. So what you've got on your doorstep is fantastic. Please look after it. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. And yeah, I think the thing with the shags, I think the comment from the public would be if you could just add a bit of air freshener to that area would be appreciated. But they certainly are a great spectacle out on the wharf. And thanks for stopping in to check them out. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Thompson? No. Okay. No. No questions for you, Sue, but thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission and to give us your perspective. It's appreciated.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, councillors, next submission is 106, Stony Creek Limited. And we've got Lyndon Strang, who is here to speak to that. Afternoon, Lyndon. How are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd like to start by apologising for my written submission, which was pretty token. So I hope to make it up a little bit in the verbal side of things. So thank you. My name is Lyndon Strang. We're farmers and small business owners. We farm at Five Forks. We use irrigation water out of the Kakanui River and the North Targo irrigation scheme. So we're across both of those. In previous sort of life, I was involved with FEDS and more recently with the local catchment group NOSLAN. So we like to sort of view ourselves as being progressive and environmentally conscious farmers. And I think that's why I'm here submitting today. In 2000, just to give a bit of context, our story is probably a good example of economic development and how it could be better enhanced and supported with a economic development authority in Waitaki. 2010, we purchased our farm and then we spent 8 years consolidating that business. Then we decided to diversify, and our diversification wasn't going to be into more farms or more specifically dairy cows, which we farm. So we through NOSLAN, we started a alternative land use field day, and we got down researchers from Ag Research and from Lincoln University to do a workshop with us, which was really productive, a little bit ahead of its time, and didn't really get traction because there was a lot of other issues at play. Then we sort of looked at what we could do in North Otago. How could we, what business, what crop we could do, what new venture could we bring to this region? And to be honest, the headwinds, the compliance, the regulatory barriers were too great that we looked outside of North Otago. In 2019, we bought a 50% share in an exporting business in Hokitika, exporting sphagnum moss. It's a sustainable growing media. We export to about 10 countries globally, 130 containers a year, and that was our choice of diversification. Our real goal was to do it in North Otago. We wanted to do it here, but the headwinds were too great. So I sort of, my point here as well as our story is that there is a lot of other people of my age and younger that are reaching that point in North Otago and elsewhere in the South Island that have agricultural businesses that are looking for their next thing. They probably know that they won't be milking cows in 20 years' time, but what is that going to be? And North Otago, Waitaki has the opportunity to lead that change. It means we have to actually look at the compliance, the regulatory hurdles. How do we help any land use change overcome that? It's also looking at the environmental pressures we get. I like the land and water objective in your proposal, because we do have to consider and look back on history and say the unregulated and uncontrolled conversion to dairy, probably in hindsight, and being a benefactor of that in hindsight, was too quick and too aggressive. We now look at carbon forestry and we're going down the same channel with that, too quick and too aggressive. So we need to take some lessons from those land use changes and say, how can we do an alternative crop? It might be horticulture, It could be anything that we need to say. Council needs to work with local business, with other stakeholders, including iwi, as a combined approach, not individuals. It's not just, if you rely on small business for this economic growth, it probably won't happen in the current environment. There's too many headwinds. So I think there needs to be a team approach. That's why I'm in support of an economic development authority as a council controlled organisation. I think it's the smart move. I think it's the way that we can bring all of those stakeholders together. We can leverage off council's expertise in not bypassing red tape, but just assisting with dealing with it. And that might be doing things like a global ecological study on the land use of any change. What is that going to do if we have 1,000 hectares of orchard? What if we have 10,000 hectares of orchard? There is always an environmental impact and a cultural impact, and we need to weigh those up before we go diving in. So I also look at the NOIC loan, and I think if you look back over the last 50 years, that's probably been the single biggest economic sort of assistance that North Waitaki has received. It's really been an enabler. It's also given us the most reliable irrigation water in the country, and we have some of the best soils in the country, and we have a climate that's changing. Ag Research said, daylight hours down here aren't quite where we need them for growing red fruit, cherries, bright apples, but they believe in the future it might change. So we need to be ahead of the others, I believe, and front-footing it. We also need to be prepared to make brave decisions. And as a council, I suppose that's your responsibility. People will come to Waitaki if we have the right jobs and the right infrastructure and continue building on it as a great place to live. And that's going back to the indoor stadium, being brave with these decisions, because that's what makes it attractive for a young family to come to Waitaki. So I suppose that's council's role. So I do support the Economic Development Authority proposal. And I think the other options, I'll just refer to my notes a little bit because I sort of jumped all over the show. Yeah, I think another point I made here is that economic development is not viewed particularly well in our current environment. It's sort of almost an expansionism and a degradation of our natural resources. But I believe that if we do it smartly, we can do it sustainably. But we have to do it as a combined group, and that's businesses, agriculture, council, iwi, other stakeholders working together. Yeah, that's probably, so in conclusion, I do support formation of it. As far as the penguin colony goes, I agree with previous submitters that I've heard and read that we need to tread carefully here. Throwing something at the private sector necessarily doesn't mean it's going to be better. It is a treasure and we do need to look after it. If somebody is going to enhance it and take it to the next level, then yes, a CCO is possibly the way to go. So thank you for the time today, and are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Lyndon. Councillors. Councillor Cowles.
Lyndon, thanks very much. Good submission and nice and broad. I guess you're talking about the headwinds that you've had, which made you sort of choose to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Have you got some examples of what some of those headwinds might have been, and where does that lie? Is it central government? Is it local government here? Is it what can be done locally to? And I do take your point that we need to work collaboratively to deal with some of these.
It's across, it's got regional council, so there's environmental implications, there's consenting implications, there's the classifications and land use classifications, the ecological study. It's all that preparatory work you have to do before you make a land use change or you develop. Those are the suite of things that you need to have a plan to work through, and I think that for us was the biggest thing, because we were going to be a leader in any particular new crop. So it meant that we not only had to put it in, we also had to build the pack house or the sorting area. So it was actually a big investment, and then we had to have followers that were prepared to come on. So it's that critical mass of any new industry coming to the region is you've got to have someone who's prepared to start it. And NOIC would never have happened without the council loan. That water would not have come to this region without that loan. So that was an enabler. And I think we just need to look at it from that. How can we enable these new industries? Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, going back to my overalls.
Thank you very much. Next time. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon all. I've put a submission in, but I've added a lot more to my notes, so I look at for the ED side of the thing, we always need to be looking at new ways of moving forward. Otherwise you can be sitting or get set in your ways and it's not the best for us. What I mean that is I hope we can just meet together. I'm better these outsiders I'm not interested in. We've got people here in Oamaru or North Otago can do the work. Changing the name is not the way, it's always going to be a cost to us. So we're meant to be saving debt, but the debt's getting away when you keep on putting more and more staff in, more outsiders paying to tell us what to do when we already know what to do. For me, it looks like new ones coming along, first thing they do is change the name. That's always been happening here in this town. I've lived here all my life, so I've gone through many names in the tourism board, the tourism Waitaki. I just said many names. Now we're going to have ED. I quite like the idea of ED, but keep a tourism board so people can know there's tourism here, because where I am, we've always been asked, where is the information centre? It's very hard. Where it used to be, it was great, but got away down the back street, it's not always the best way. Now, you're putting paid directors into different positions in the thing. That's another cost on things. There's a lot of them get on these directorship boards and they just got shiny bums and sit on the seats and they really don't get out and do any work. I get frustrated with that. They have their meetings, tell you what to do, but don't get out and meet the people and work with the people. So the ED side needs to look at that better and better bucks for your money. For the Blue Penguins, it was the colony, it was there, but it wasn't for the local volunteers that put it there. The council needs to look at some of those things. There is a lot of people still in town that work there. And the penguins have always been coming ashore for over hundreds of years. And we're very lucky to they have chosen to come to Oamaru. I'm one of those volunteers. I had the job to clean up the quarry floor, clean up all the rail networks that were lying around down there. And this goes back 85, 86, 87. And this is so we can get the colony built there. Dennis Dove was one that comes to mind. We spent many hours working there and I had a lot of men there through the corrections department. I'd work up to 3 days a week there with corrections working, and then I still work with the corrections. Now, I've spent over 37 years with corrections now. We do need out of towns to come in, but we need them to work with the locals and help things going, because out of towns bring good ideas to town, but we need to work along with them. So the way I look at that with the penguin colony, there looks like backhand has been paid to someone and they are pushing to have out of towners there, because all they do is take the money out of town and run. Sorry, Harry, and if you're going to make allegations of corruption, it's not really appreciated. It's totally uncalled for, and
I'm so sorry about that. But
yeah, just refrain.
Overall, I'm saying no DED in the Penguin changes. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next speaker, Case Wayne, is not coming in, so we'll just quickly look at that submission at the moment and just does anyone could there's not a lot of detail in it, so it won't take too much other than what those comments have been. Instead of that, we now go to submission 195, which is in the non-verbals, and we've got Tania Kelly to speak to us. 395.
There's no context in my actual submission. That's why I wanted to speak. I just quickly did it. I was meant to verbally speak and I didn't. So thank you for giving me the time today. So I'll just go to my notes. So I am for the economic development plan. I voted yes. I voted yes for also the partnership for the penguin colony. But I just wanted to speak on the verbal submissions today because I didn't put any context in my submission. One thing about the economic development plan is I think it's really great because it does involve, our farming community. It involves all the community, not just tourism. So I'm for that. One thing I wanted to touch on to support the economic growth, I think it's really great that we had Polis do a survey showing what our potential growth is of, I think it was 1,350 potential new staff. But what I'm concerned about is we don't have the infrastructure to support that growth. We don't currently have the infrastructure to support our current economy. Like I think if you look across, like all businesses are struggling for staff. And one of the most important things I think to that infrastructure to support, because I'm for economic growth, is housing. I think housing is so important to our economic development and our current economy. We do have a lot of housing issues facing our community, but they don't seem to be being addressed. Well, I mean, they are being addressed. We do have, a recently new housing strategy so that we can apply for funding and get those relationships going under the economic development plan. But I guess my concern is that there's 3 million put towards under the budget for the economic development plan, but there's only 140,000 for the housing in the community. And I just want to make sure that we have the infrastructure to support the economic development. Also, I think it's really good on the economic development that there is, I believe, iwi representation on the board. I don't think that's currently done under Tourism Waitaki on the board. There's no iwi, but there will be iwi, some form of iwi representation on the newly developed board. And I think if you look at some partnerships like Ngāi Tahu, they have the Kiwi hatchery, like they've done some great work. They've done some great tourism. And I think that it's great to see that representation happening, especially within our community. Again, I think it represents another demographic and we all get brought together. Another thing I wanted to touch on the economic development plan is the visitors centre. So the visitors centre was moved into Whitestone City, which I think was great. I think it's a great partnership with the Whitestone Civic Trust. I also think it was really great, the Whitestone City attraction through funding. It was created, I think it had interior design input. It won a colour award. And I think with visitors coming to the area, I know one of the arguments is that it's not visible, but that could easily be fixed with some signage where the visitor centre is. Because, it's so aesthetically pleasing,
people are making TikToks and videos, and some of these TikTok, you know, they have followers of 400,000, 1 million followers. Like, that's free marketing for the economic development plan. And I think the people there, you know, the volunteers, they ran the visitors centre voluntary. They weren't paid, and I think they're a very passionate part of our community. And also the geopark, I believe that got rubber stamped because the visitors centre had a geopark area showcasing it for that to go ahead. But again, I think, you know, it looks like Clarkey made it. It needs a bit more interior design to make it a bit more aesthetically pleasing, I think. And also we've got, you know, the intercity buses that come to Oamaru. That's approximately 50,000 people that come to Oamaru each year, plus the 22,000, I think, which have been through the visitors centre. But that area, it's not aesthetically pleasing. Nobody's going to be putting that on Instagram or TikTok, but it's forced visitors to our district that are, you know, low tourists, like they don't spend much money, but they do. If it was aesthetically pleasing and somebody wanted to be like, oh, wow, this is cool, like the Wellington Airport, they might market it out to others. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. And we'll pass that on to Clarkey.
Yes. I've already told them.
Thank you. Councillors, next is submission number 52, PDR Lindsay Salmon. So PDR, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello.
So it's page 66, but the numbering is out by it's
Can everybody hear me?
sorry, we're just getting everyone on the same page, which takes a bit longer for some than others. But well, yeah, hand over.
Thank you. Now, I'm just here to support Chelsea's written submission on behalf of Forest and Bird, which is a very good, clear one, all the reasons why you should not be considering privatising the penguins. And I would like to add a few words myself. You weren't very clear. It was sort of privatising. Did you mean selling 100% or 50-50 or 49-51 or, you know, that's...
Just very quickly, it was talking about partnering. So it's actually getting someone who's coming in to add something. It could be Forest and Bird. You say, we've got the spare money that we actually want to actually do more with Sumter Wharf and the shags there, and we can add that as part of the attraction to the penguin colony, for example.
Yeah, the local Forest and Bird have been very politely over the last 4 years asking you to put up notices about the shags, and we've given you all the information there, but nothing happens. And we've also suggested that you should put up a what would you call it, a sort of a little stand so that people could actually get up and look. And again, nothing happens. So I'm sorry, we have suggested the local forest, and I'm a member, we have for over 4 years been saying, get an information thing up. It will work beautifully with the penguins.
So I don't intend this to be a backwards and forwards, but just on that, it's the viewing platform is proposed as part of the harbour plan, and I'm going to ask Councillor Holding as chair of the Harbour Area Committee that we get that interpretive signage up to actually explain that they're not penguins that are on the wall. They are shags. I know people get confused sometimes.
Yes, no, I've worked down there.
Jeremy, make it happen, please.
Yes, please, because I mean, it was when it came through on the plan last time, we were sort of, you know, you were A, B and C, and we were C for the platform, and we do think it will work well with the penguins. On the other hand, too, if you are thinking of moving, you know, somebody private in, what's going to happen to Philippa and the research? That research is really valuable, very, very valuable that she's doing, not just to New Zealand, but to the world, because the little blue penguins are like the rats of the penguin world, and they are indicators very clearly of things going wrong in the sea and what we should be doing. So you need to keep an eye on that. And that research that Philippa's been doing is extremely good. Okay, and then, you know, what on earth can you do down there? You've got the sea, you've got the cliffs, it's a narrow peninsula, you've got a tiny road, it's bedlam. How many of you have been down there when the buses are coming in and all the cars coming in for the shows and going out? It's really bedlam down there. There's not very much you can do. And thank goodness we stopped the flying fox, because that would have upset the shags. So there's not really very much. So who's going to be interested? I know Forest and Bird can't afford it. If the Dunedin, what are they? The sanctuary down there, if they said they were interested, that would be good. But to get somebody in privately, money, you get $500,000 from the penguins a year, don't you?
Wow.
About.
Tourism does.
So really, that's all I need to say. No, they're too valuable. They have a hard enough time now. I got kicked out from being an assistant down there because I had to stop Chinese people picking up baby penguins and trying to stuff them in their rucksack. And I mean, you know, that actually happened, and I got stopped, told off for that because I told them off. You know, they do have a hell of a time down there, and we really should treasure them a little more than we do. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? We want to know how many penguins fit in a rucksack. Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to come in.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councillors, we'll go on to some non-verbals, and we'll try and get through as many of those as we possibly can. Oh, we do have, okay, no, flag that. We've got Rosalie Goldsworthy online, so we'll just wait for her to get put in through the Zoom. So submission number 29 on yeah, just immediately following 60. Yep, next page. Good afternoon, Rosalie.
Good afternoon, Gary, and all the council. And thank you all so much for letting me talk to you virtually. So I'm in the last day of lockdown from getting COVID at the Penguin Symposium 10 days ago. So
Dangerous places.
yeah, so I thought the last place I need to be is in a meeting room. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So for those of you on the council who don't know me, I'm Rosalie and I live at the Lighthouse at Maraki. I've been here for 21 years. And a few years ago, I was honoured with a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit for my contribution to penguin conservation. So I'm one of those ratepayers that keeps a close eye on what the council's doing with their biodiversity assets. And I want to take a moment and say how well you have done for the little penguins. So I know you're under public scrutiny and you often make conservative decisions, but in terms of penguin welfare, it has worked out as the best possible outcome for penguins. So 21 years ago when I arrived here, running over little penguins in your old souped up car along the waterfront was a rite of passage for young men, and we've come a long way. So we are now living in a community where you see some really good social citizenship, where people are taking responsibility for the biodiversity that we are blessed with. So I think that you guys take credit for that. People have now got the message that the penguin destination in Oamaru is actually contributing to the local community in a meaningful way. And I think that is really important to acknowledge and express. And the other thing I wanted to say was, I think you've brought it through the lean times. So during COVID, when you had some hard decisions to make, the penguins would not have been any the wiser because you left enough of a core team on deck to continue running the science program, to keep the welfare of the birds at hand. And this is not a small thing. Biodiversity assets are tenuous, and if you look around at the reaction of other larger, more wealthy groups than you during COVID, they just threw the baby out with the bathwater and then bleated to the government for handouts. And so you guys performed really well, and I do want to acknowledge that. So, you know, you have demonstrated the ability to make good decisions around the welfare of the penguins, and I think that's important to acknowledge. I'm not saying I like acknowledging it, but it is important that we do give credit where credit's due. So I was in the ink spot, which has terrible ventilation, by the way, at the conference. And, you know, Oamaru is not a big town, but it hosts a conference of penguin lovers every second year, and they come from all over the place. So there's around 100 of us. That's a lot of people bringing money into the community. They stay overnight. We get fed in town. So it has other spin-offs other than just the admission money to the venue. It raises the profile of Oamaru as responsible social citizens looking after their biodiversity. You're being very kind to me and letting me go on. So, okay, I will, of course. So anyway, right now, you may or may not be aware, we have just had a marine heat wave, which actually is a very real biodiversity crisis. If it wasn't for the rehabilitation work we do here at the Lighthouse, hui-ho, yellow-eyed penguins, would now be functionally extinct in North Otago. Every single female, bar one, needed help to survive the month of March and through to the beginning of April. Now, the government's put out excellent graphs to explain the nature of that heat wave and how serious it was in the marine environment. And it's not just that penguins don't like warm water. There's a lot of other predatory species that do like warm water that came down the coast and entered the penguin habitat, and they're not equipped to compete with kingfish, and they have people even caught snapper, for goodness sakes. So the whole marine environment took a topsy-turvy over that month. Now, how bad was it? I can give you my anecdotal information, but you guys can actually go to your scientists at the penguin colony and find out the impact of that on the penguins. Why would you care about the impact on the penguins? Because penguins are a sentinel species. They tell you what's going on in the ocean, and they are known, the International Penguin Group is actually known as ocean sentinels. And so you can measure a lot about the ocean well-being by how it's affecting the penguins. So there you are, you've got a decision, and you're there and you're wanting to make money. I have lots of ideas of ways you can make money without divesting yourself of the biodiversity responsibility that you have shouldered so well. And I would say to you, sell off the dog pound. Let them charge 10 times as much and shoot the dogs faster and make a profit. You know, it's then you'd be socially responsible at the same time. Require people to register cats. You would make a fortune killing stray cats in Hampden. You know, let's manipulate the creatures that have got advocates, not the ones that just have to, you know, flit around in the ocean without any help from anybody. So right now you're sitting in a strong position in terms of biodiversity as a council, because there's very few councils who've stepped up and managed a facility for the benefit of biodiversity. And so you actually are leaders amongst the councils in this area. And you will think, well, why would other councils care? And I know Christchurch City is making nice wetland areas, but that is a default. It's not a choice to look after our taonga species. So you're showing leadership. And why should you care about that? Because it seems to me that going down the very short path that we've got left to us for biodiversity in New Zealand, the government, particularly if we get a change of government, is going to divest responsibility for biodiversity to councils. So you imagine if your central government funding was dependent upon your ability to save your awesome, fabulous taonga species which you have in the Waitaki. They range on such a great wide scale of creatures, from Hector's dolphins to kaki up the top of the Waitaki Valley. So, you know, you're doing well, is what I'm trying to say. If you want the penguins to survive going forward, have I used up my time?
Just a little bit, but yeah, I wasn't brave enough to be interrupting a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. Those honours come with privilege, and yeah, you've got something.
Okay, well, you know, I'm sure you'll do the right thing by the penguins, but please keep the science program running. Yep. Don't toss them out, because they are a huge asset.
Yeah, no, that we do not disagree with any of that, and rest assured that there's no intention to stop the research and so on. But it's been very good to hear from so many penguin experts just how important that is, not just nationally but globally as well. So thank you for that. I'll just see whether there's any questions for you. We do have one from Councillor Blackler.
Thank you. I just had a question in terms of Hoiho and your resourcing and ability to respond to their needs. How and this kind of the line of thinking is around the benefits that a partnership may achieve. How is Coastal Otago positioned in that regard at present?
Okay, so we are running largely independently. So we were fortunate enough to get a $6,000 grant from the council to fence some of our coastal strip to provide protection for the coastal species and slow the rate of erosion and isolate rabbits. Yeah, we're pretty much limping along on the back of the goodwill of extremely awesome ratepayers.
Thanks. Right, any other questions, councillors? No. Well, thank you very much, Rosalie, and thank you very much for all the work you do looking after our wildlife down there. It is pretty critical, and yeah, obviously even the government's recognised that. So congratulations on that. But thank you. Keep up the good work, and appreciate you taking the time to make a submission.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, councillors, if we can whip to the non-verbals, and we'll get through what we can in the next 15 minutes or so of those.
Are there any more verbal submissions? We have some names here that indicate they want.
Yes, there are, but we've got a gap, and we're going to go for it. So non-verbal start on in the next chapter or on page 84 of the overall numbered submissions. And what I'm going to do is basically we'll just go through in groups of them. I'll just read out the page number on the bottom, and we'll get through to wherever we get to. So if we work through those first few and get through to page 90, is there anything outstanding in any of the comments that anyone wants to raise attention? Okay, if we go through to page 100.
Mr. Mayor, could I actually add something extra, and I'll say it here now before it is heard anywhere else, but it's also to say this is an amazing process that actually has been built out of a problem. So I congratulate you on that, but I'd also like to tell you, because others have been doing the same thing, that how was I involved? A young Maori woman named Wendy Home came to me to say that the birds were being burnt. I took them to my council, and yes, that it was difficult, and they refused. The Harbour Board, of course, argued they were trespassing and decided to build a fence when in fact that was one of the recommendations given by another professional person brought in to the district. And the fence, on both sides of the fence, the ground was worn out and people were cutting the fence regularly. The police came down, were recommended they go and from council to go and deal with it. And in the end, the police would come down like many other people and lift the birds. And I've done the same thing with the groups of us, would go down and lift the birds in and out. Now, I'm not going to be doing that again, and you won't be doing that again. To hear that all this is happening is brilliant, but the fence was up for a very long time. And eventually I did what probably I should not have done, but I rang Jim Morrow, who worked for TV2 in Dunedin on a Friday, and he interviewed me and put it on line that night, and the fence was never mended again. So I really must, it was just another point that actually we did have a report from the police later, and they offered me a bulletproof wet vest. Good luck.
Thank you very much for that piece of history. Councillors will carry on with the non-verbals, please. So Paige, through, have you got something there?
Yes, I do, because
what number are we on?
well, I'm looking at the I'll just go to the page, sorry, forgive me. I think it is on, it's on page one, sorry, it's on page 99 on to 100. We have here a curious situation. Somebody who just says she's Sherry, Cherie, tells us that we have a track record of secret meetings and ignoring the wishes of ratepayers. I mean, I'm sorry, secret Sherry, you haven't even told us who you are. So, I mean, do we actually, are we obliged to accept submissions from people who won't identify themselves but are quite happy to make, you know, rather grand allegations in respect of us? I mean, I would have thought the very least you could do is say, my name is, you know, give it in full.
You take them with whatever grain of salt you want to, councillor.
Okay.
And for those who have made up an email address, you'd take them with even probably more salt, but that's the way it is. Right, anything through to page 110? Yeah, go through to page 120. $130. Slight groans from Councillor Hopkins. What are you up to, Councillor Hopkins?
I'm up to page 126.
126, okay, 130. And 140. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think
all right,
for the benefit of anyone that's out there watching, we should acknowledge that there is a vast array of opinions in the written submissions, covering all gambits and positions that we've probably heard articulated verbally today.
Yeah, we're really looking for particular new views. Okay, what do we get up to? 140?
Oh, sorry. Mick, it's just a question, and again, a generality, but one of the submissions, I think, from hang on, I'm trying to find it again. There was some reference in one of them to that us selling all sorts of town assets. And I wonder if we actually do we respond to the non-verbal submitters with any comment, or if they make allegations like that or claims like that, you know, that we might correct them, or do we not bother to do that?
It's people's opinions, and you know, it would take a long time to respond to all of the different claims, particularly, you know, erroneous ones or whatever. For whatever reason they might hold a particular opinion. So again, you just take it as you think you should. But it is one reason why I think it's really important to have contact details. So any of us, as we're going through them, if they want to contact one of the submitters and talk to them about, ask them questions about what they're submitting on, we've got the ability to do that. So that's just something that you know, it's really important. I think that it's really very relevant about where someone, you know, if someone lives, you know, are they a rate resident, are they a ratepayer, are they from elsewhere? So having that information is helpful to us, but also potentially the ability to contact them directly for councillors. So anyway, we'll take it. We're at 140, so we'll stop there, and we will go back to the verbal submissions, and submission number 7, and we've got the wizard here. Not often we're graced with your presence here.
Thank you,
Jack. So yeah, please take a seat, and the microphone's on, ready to go when you are.
Thank you. Yes, I've been associated with Oamaru since I first came to New Zealand, because living in Christchurch, I had to go by the city, and I used to go down the side road when it was all covered in weeds in the 70s, and was knocked sideways by the beauty. It was an astonishing place. And then when I heard my friend Mike Moore, who made me Wizard of New Zealand, by the way, was also the man behind the report, which had set up that place as a special precinct to be administered for heritage conservation and to have a Victorian town at work. I was even more delighted, and I met the people that came from other parts of New Zealand just to be here, because this is a remarkable and amazing town. What's been preserved here because of the depression and the loss and the downward spiral earlier on meant that we kept, as communist countries often did, kept many of our most precious and treasured built environment. Now, I'm an environmentalist in the sense that my speciality at university, when I was an academic, was the sociology of art, not sociology of money, not the sociology of power, but the sociology of art, which includes the natural environment and the built environment, of course. Now, this was an exceptional place, and what I was concerned with was that someone might, for economic reasons, do things that would destroy the beauty of this environment around the precinct in particular, but generally speaking, the whole town is full of wonderful places. I come down regularly, as you know. I'm here in and out, even though it's a long way to come, I make the effort. So I've shown by my life what I do that I love Oamaru, not by saying it and getting paid for it. I'm not paid to anything at the moment. So I just give my time free. And remember that the coronation this year, the Abbey was completely different. Instead of all the usual title gents and those on that with nice incomes and those who have been appointed and paid public servants, it was all about service. The people in that nave were about service, serving their community, serving their country, serving the Commonwealth in particular, which is my favourite theme. I think it's important that we think of this particular economic development idea, which is a very dangerous term, since economic development has justified the worst excesses of capitalism and destruction of the environment, and of socialism, destruction of the built environment, the human beings, and life itself in many cases. So if we keep away from economic determinism and look at what I would call aesthetic determinism, where life is good if you live in a place you love and it's attractive, and you can add bits to it, do your garden and trim the place, and do a bit of painting. So my submission is, please do not allow any development which makes this place any uglier
It's been getting worse, I know, all the time. Another bit goes every now and again, but it's not too bad. So please save it. This is a goose that lays the golden eggs. It's a fantastic environment. And some of the times I've watched the White Scientific Trust in action, and they have not treasured their particular inheritance. In fact, they think of it as just a place they can put everyone in there. It doesn't matter what the business is. It should be aesthetic. The signage should be good. Publicity should be accurately targeted towards rich Americans with good taste in particular. And I imagine Chinese will join in eventually. And the Chinese have now developed whole towns that are just Victorian Chinese towns that work. It's very popular in China. So let's see the precinct given the benefit of the fact that it can bring the money into Comaru. And I know money is important to a lot of people, not to me, obviously, I wouldn't be where I am now, but certainly if you look at the future of this wonderful place, please don't let any economic development come into the city which ruins the entrance to the city or the precinct. And please do more about the Victorian Town at Work idea. It was a wonderful idea, and it's a shame. We got it from the government, it came from on high, we should carry out their instructions. So back again to the coronation. It's service that really counts. People love to serve, they enjoy it, it makes them feel happy. But who's happy being a bureaucrat sitting in an office all day long? What they call the bullshit jobs, which multiply every year. There's more bullshit jobs than there is money coming into this country. So please don't forget, I've still got to say I can.
Right. Councillor Hopkins, I'm surprised you can find a question in there. Two things.
Another orator.
It's good to see you again, Jack. How did you enjoy the coronation? And what would, if your mission, your vision for the future is aesthetic development rather than economic development?
Yes.
How would you encourage the council to encourage aesthetic development?
Well, I would get rid of all the bullshit jobs for a start and go for volunteers. People love to volunteer to do things. Volunteer fire brigades, volunteer police. We get much more use of volunteers. And with the money we save, we can start to restore this place and advertise it all over the place and come to this fantastic, get that whole freezing works thing going again and build up this city. And I think also a festival would be rather nice here. It's nice to have, I like the Victorian week. It's a wonderful idea and I come down every year. But I'd like to see a little festivals done with good taste. And I don't mean steampunk is interesting, but it's hardly good taste, I'm afraid. But if we could have something to make this place special, because it is a superb area, it's a countryside around it too. So. By the way, I was an organizer of festivals of the arts for many, many years. I ran festivals of the art. The biggest one in Australia at the time was the Festival of Perth. Adelaide came up shortly afterwards, but I was actually the CEO of the Festival of the Arts in Perth. You wouldn't believe it. I was once a bureaucrat. I did it very well too. I got so exhausted, I would never go back into bureaucracy again. I've since then I've kept on the edges.
Well done on that. Councillor Thompson.
I'd like to thank you for your submission. I was totally engrossed. Unfortunately, I think you completely destroyed your credibility when you said that we should be advocating for rich Americans with taste. That's like trying to rediscover the dinosaurs.
It's just targeting the stuff to the right place. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for taking the time to come and see us. Good to see you again, Jack.
You too, Your Worship. Bye all.
See you at Craftwork. Right, councillors. Next we've got submission number 3, Greg Nikoloff, who's joining us on Zoom. Greg, if you can hear me, welcome. If you could put your camera on and your
sorry. I need
there
to.
We go.
Yeah, cool. Okay, I forget with Zoom, it's mute you by default. Okay, right. Thanks for letting me come to speak today. I'll be pretty brief. I'll be watching most of the sessions from this morning, and a lot of the presenters agree and basically congruent with what I think. And particularly the issues that Jim Sherman raised were quite relevant. The analysis done by Polis seems to be very once over lightly, has a number of issues with it. I sort of, there's an old saying that there's three kinds of lies, damned lies and statistics. And to that, I'd like to add a fourth kind of lie, which is economic projections and forecasts. So we do seem to have the ones that pilots have used to justify the creation of an EDA. And so therefore, to me, they raise a lot more issues than questions than they resolve. So that needs to be examined, especially by the council, before you go down the EDA road. But the second part of the thing was the disestablishment of Tourism Waitaki and folding it into the EDA. I don't think you can do that ahead of the EDA being up and running fully. If you're going to go down the path of setting up an economic development agency, you need to make sure that Tourism Waitaki continues on in the process until that point where you're ready to merge the two together, if you indeed go that far. One of the big things with tourism is that we all like people to come here and look at the penguins and do the other things in town, which are all great. But in order for people to do that, they can't plan overnight stops if they're already here. It's too late. Their itinerary's already booked. They're going around the country. They're all on a set time frame. So you need to basically get people at the planning stage when they're thinking about which bits of New Zealand they're going to come to make sure we get our fair share. It's not easy to do. It requires a multi-pronged approach. And therefore, you need kind of a dedicated agency for that to do with tourism rather than a wider economic development agency. However, economic development agencies in the right context do have a benefit to add, but I'm not quite sure the rationale has been fully presented in the information that we've seen as a public. So that's my comment on the EDA. On the penguin colony side, I think the penguin rescue lady was great, and as a ratepayer, I'm happy that I contribute voluntarily extra to make sure she keeps up with her work, because it's obviously so valued. And as she points out, with the marine heat waves we've been having lately, that is an existential crisis for the sea life around New Zealand. And as people have said, the little blue penguin is effectively the canary down the coal mine. When it starts having problems, then we know that wider problems are here. So we have to basically keep an eye out, because they will give us a heads up into what's happening, but also they tell us if we're doing things right. If they're thriving, then we know we're looking after an ecosystem. And that's pretty well it. I don't need to labor the point. Both the penguin colony should stay pretty much as it is, the way it's run. I see it's being run excellently well, and the people that are doing the job and the volunteers and whatever, everybody is doing great. The problem is, if you start tinkering with it, you have the real danger that you could break that model. Now, I know the council was also worried about that. The big question is, well, how do you monetize all that? And there are things we could do, but that could be done as a separate topic for a different day. For today, I want to say, keep the penguin colony run the way it is. It's doing great. And that's about all I have to say. Yep.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
On for me. Thank you, Mayor Kitcher. Greg, thank you for the submission, very thoughtful and considered. But I just want to pick you up on one small thing. We've come in for a bit of stick from people today, some of it unwarranted, in my opinion, about how the council conducts its business. Your written submission, you make the point, you state the council, both staff and councillors and mayors who approve the proposals of council staff, has a bad track record of trying to pick winners and losers and making an absolute hash of it. Would you care to tell me when we've picked winners and losers and made an absolute hash of it?
Oh, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm in the hospital watchdog group, and you made a real hash of the way you run the hospital. The former CEO you picked was a nightmare. I'm not talking about the previous one. The other thing is, I think the way you got involved with the irrigation business, which has turned into an unfortunate situation. The other thing is that the wider district plan, in terms of, just wasn't prepared for the dairy conversion or the current forestry conversion. Your previous speaker from Stony Creek made that point. He said, in hindsight, he said it was too much too soon. And basically, as a district, we're handling the downside of that right now. So, I mean, I'm not talking about necessarily the current councillors or mayor. I'm just saying, as a wider thing, picking winners and losers is a thing that sometimes local government is very bad at. Central government's bad at it too. So therefore, sometimes you do need to basically keep a hands-off approach. And that doesn't mean outsourcing it to a third agency like an economic development agency. Sometimes it means you take a much wider approach and take a longer term view. things like a 30-year approach to some things. Unfortunately, the current planning environment with your long-term plans, you can't think more than 10 years. That's legislatively, that's what you're restricted to. You can't take a longer time frame than that. So therefore, you can't afford in some cases to stand back and do nothing for 10 years because the legislation doesn't allow you to do that. So that's really it. The Waitaki Council, no council's perfect. I've been in other parts of New Zealand and every council I'd poke a stick at. So just because I'm singling you guys out today, that's because I live here and because I care about the place, not because I think you're totally corrupt or doing everything wrong. Because in a lot of cases you are doing the right thing.
Thanks very much, Greg. And yeah, I can appreciate your sentiment. Not totally agree with your examples, but that's okay.
You don't have to agree with me. Yep.
No, it's all good. So
okay.
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from on that. Any other questions, councillors? No, thank you very much, Greg.
Okay.
Pleased to hear from you again.
Okay, bye.
Cheers. Is she zooming? Okay. So we've got Cara Tipping-Smith zooming. So that's the next submission, number 73, representing the business hive. So Cara, if you can hear me, welcome. Happy for you to put your microphone off and your video on if you like. Oh, disappeared. So we're just waiting to see if Cara rejoins the meeting. In the meantime, you'll like just hum to yourself. Yes. Right, hopefully this time, Cara, if you can hear me, if you can put your microphone on.
Got it, and I'm just, hi everybody, sorry about that. I am trying, I was watching it of course online, and so speaker and video all hanging on to everything, but hello, thanks for having me.
You're welcome, and yeah, we've read your submission obviously, but yeah, if you want to touch on whatever aspects you want.
Oh, cool, thank you. It's interesting because today or this week is about 3 years since we hit level 2 coming out of lockdown, and I go back to that time and I think about the conversations that were had around economic development way back then. And just for context, for those who don't know me, my name is Cara Tipping-Smith. I founded and co-own 2 businesses locally. One is the Business Hive and one is Waitaki App. And I have worn a lot of community hats in the 6.5 years since I've moved here, which does make me a newcomer. But it also means that I've had some insight into the goings on in terms of economic development and how business and council have worked and sometimes not worked so well together. And I think what's really clear to me is that everybody has the best of intention, but council has a lot of jobs to do and is constantly having to deal with the sort of partisan politics that we've probably heard a lot of today, and pet agendas, and it's hard to marry all of those together. And that's one of the reasons why I think we need a step change, because I think local business, as is evidenced by the fact that there's very few local business people making a verbal submission, can easily become super disengaged, can easily find that issues that they may have with council in a different area means that they're not that interested in collaborating with council in terms of economic development. And that's a really hard balance for council to navigate. To my mind, having that arm's length, that degree of separation, then allows some opportunities to come in. It provides opportunities to access both private funding as well as the public funding, which is really important. But it also creates an environment where a team, a collective of people can start to get things done. And I think that's super hard And history in the last 3 years would show it's super hard to get a joined up strategy that everyone can get behind when it sits in lots of different conversations with lots of different agendas and doesn't always have the transparency or in fact the people's efforts to actually read the document and understand what is being said. One of the things that has come up repeatedly is that this has been done before. And I have to say, from my own perspective, there's nothing in the history of humanity that has not been done before. And I don't see that as being any kind of argument to not do something now. Another thing that has come up is a thread that runs through submissions around the kind of evil corporates trying to suck the finances out of our district. And I think it's fair to say that there is nothing further from the truth. Local businesses are local people. They work here, they pay their rates here, they send their kids to school here, and they have a vested interest in the best outcomes for our whole community. And I think that an EDA opportunity brings an opportunity for collaboration. And the only question then from a council point of view is what's more important, the collaboration or the idea that there is more control. Possibly that's all I want to say for now. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Cara. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Cara. Just wondering, it's because you've been so involved in the process and you're surrounded by a lot of people who have been and feeding into the strategy. Do you feel like you have been heard and those the aspirations of local businesses have appeared and what is the final strategy now?
Largely, yes, I do. I think that there was a lot of time spent in those conversations, and I can honestly say that just like any group, all businesses do not agree. But certainly there is a sense that what we need is a joined up, clear strategy that we can all get behind. And I think this is the first example of seeing that since we've gone through COVID and lockdowns. Now, look, that was a hugely stressful time for everybody and not everyone necessarily came out of it looking great. But the reality is we're 3 years on, and I look at Geraldine and I look at other parts around the country where we have signage, where we have campaigns and where we had a lot of hard work going into attracting the exact same kind of people we want to attract here and giving them the same reasons. So this is where it's super important that we actually have that agency, that it sits in its own space, that it can listen to the people that are doing the business, not just talking about the business, and actually create a plan. We don't all have to agree on it, but we do all have to know what it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? No, thank you very much for taking the time to make the submission, but also all the work that you'd been involved in and getting the ED strategy to where it did get to. Really appreciate your time on that, Cara, and yeah, thank you.
I have to say, I appreciate your guys sitting through all of this today. Good luck.
Well, this is the fun job. Thank you very much.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, do we have? So the next submitter is Mike Collins from Business South, but he's not online as yet. He's going to be joining us by Zoom as well. If we could go through to page 140 that we'd got up to. Find our way there. Just give you a moment to get onto there. $140. Oh, look, I've lost track of that one. I think if you just use the number on the document itself, printed number on the bottom of the page. So we'd got up to 140, so we'll go through to 150. Councillor Ryan.
Just, I'm on 151. Is that okay? Okay. I just wondered, there seems to be a bit of a difference in opinion on the current performance of tourism Waitaki, there's quite a few submissions that say it's not broke, so we don't need to fix it. But there are a lot of submissions, for example, James Glucksman, who's quite involved in the tourism industry, and we also heard from Ian Elliott sort of talking about missed opportunities or lost its way, and a lot of others saying there's nothing wrong with it. Is it worth sort of expanding on, maybe for the benefit of the people who say there's nothing wrong with the current situation at tourism Waitaki, why there is benefit there, or where the difference of opinion is coming from?
I guess the little bit I know does seem to be that the connection between the operational part of tourism Waitaki and the tourism industry has not been as close as it had been, previously. And there's been that's certainly one of the common comments that I've had, is that there's just feeling that they're not as engaged at that local level. It doesn't mean they're not doing good work, nationally and in their marketing and so forth. But I think it is one of those sectors where they do need to stay close to the roots and see what's happening and understand the detail of and the anecdotal evidence that's potentially some of the local tourism operators can feed into them. So I think, possibly that, and we've got evidence of one or two campaigns that really missed the spot, so to speak. So yes, it's been an issue. So anyone else through to 150? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I've just got a question, perhaps to Mel as much as anyone, based on James Gluckman's submission. It was mentioned earlier today as well. I mean, his is a very detailed one, as Councillor Ryan has said. And he proposes an organisation, whether it's the ED agency or a reinvented tourism Waitaki, I'm not sure, but he proposes that to take on the role of the RTO, an RTO. And it was asserted this morning that we had to have an independent standalone tourism agency in order for it to be a regional tourism organisation. Is that correct or not?
No, I don't believe that is correct. And the submission that we've had from RTNZ supports an EDA. So I think that in itself is indicative that an RTO functions can be within an EDA or outside of an EDA. So.
I think the submission this morning asserted that was the case, and whether it was questioned whether it was still the case. But there's evidence there. Okay, we'll go now to Mike Collins and from Business South, and welcome Mike. No, he's not on yet.
Well, it might be Jody.
Okay, just want connecting through to the audio. So Business South, we've got Jody described on the screen, but who we got? Yeah, not looking like Jody. So welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, Jody, we had a bit of a technical issue, but we've managed to sort it out.
Right. When you say you've delegated that responsibility.
Yeah, totally.
So anyway, look, we've got your submission in front of us, but the floor is yours. You go for it.
Yeah, good as gold. Hey, thank you, Mia, and nice to see you there. So the submission's got in there. Thank you. I'll take that as read. Just a bit of context. So we've got probably near 130 businesses that we're supporting up in the Waitaki Valley region. So there's been quite a lot of feedback around the submission process. We did talk to people around the concept of the economic development unit being set up outside of the council, and pretty much overwhelming support for that. A number of reasons for it, mainly around agility. And another aspect was really around, I guess I'd term it fellowship. So there is a strong sense that like any economic development strategy, you need to get organisations behind that, particularly when we look at the business sector part of it. And there is a strong perception that having that agency set up would actually enable that perception to be overcome, so we could just get on with actually doing some amazing outcomes in terms of enabling the whole strategy for the region. The feedback's been pretty strong. There is a kind of a sense of, we did talk about kind of risks associated with that kind of concept, and I guess the main one that kind of reoccurred was just around governance. and looking at through the lens of the council in terms of making sure that they are kind of satisfied with the kind of reporting structures and governance around the kind of model. So from the businesses community, they're really keen to get on and help contribute towards solutions, but at the same time, they want to keep a balanced relationship with the council in terms of what does that look like from a reporting and structural perspective, which I think is really, it's a really good thing to be flagged, because I think there's a balance there, and it's just about a partnership around co-design. And I think that the business community were pretty keen to ensure that when it is the structures are set up and put in place, that there's a good balance between kind of that measures around success and who's involved at what levels. And the other concept was really there was a bit of feedback around just letting the council get on and do what they need to do well. So getting more businesses involved in delivering the strategy was seen as a real positive from a resourcing perspective, and they felt as though it would build greater trust and confidence going forward. So that was another positive aspect. Another aspect I just wanted to bring up in the submission was, we touched on it a little bit, was around the housing side of things, and really just to ensure that housing's still on the radar of council, which I know it is, but in terms of some of the solutions going forward with housing for the region, that the business community are really keen to work in partnership to look at different solutions going forward in the housing space. We know there's a real keen desire to attract more people to the region, but we also want to get back behind the council in terms of support where we can from a business community around housing solutions. Workforce comes up time and time again in submissions. Once again, we've kind of highlighted in there that if there are opportunities to talk about supporting workforce in the region, then obviously we're keen to be a big advocate for that. You've got quite a large 20%, I think, population in Pacific Island community there, really significant. We've been doing some great work in that space here locally, and really keen to extend some of that out to, which we already are, to the Waitaki Valley and the communities there. But I guess those are the kind of the major points in the submission. It's really about a strong sense of partnership. I think there's a pretty strong relationship between business and the council at the moment, and we really want to build on that from a positive perspective. And I guess that really comes back to the next logical step around the Economic Development Agency and how we see that as a really beneficial partnership, but also structure going forward.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins, first time.
Look, no, sorry, but Mike, your written submission also addressed the Oamaru Blue Penguin Colony, and you say in your written submission, without having access to the financial information of the current operations, our members are not equipped to make an informed decision. I'm slightly surprised that you either didn't ask or haven't done a bit more work on that. And does Business South, as an advocacy group, intend actually to inform itself and then inform us of its opinion, if it has one?
Yeah, by all means, definitely keen to. Certainly the question could have been asked earlier, so I'm not quite sure why that wasn't done, but we definitely we try and get as much information as we can to make informed decisions. But the sentiment was there, so we put that through. But you're quite right, fair point. We probably should have sought that information before the submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Halaleli.
Thank you very much, Mike, for that, and thank you for touching on the workforce development part of our economic development strategy, because I think it's been a forgotten area. You mentioned some support in that area for workforce development, not just for Pacific, but for our wider community. What kind of things are you thinking of?
Yeah, so a lot of it's around career pathways. So working with youth in schools through apprenticeship programs, really giving people a sense of what does the future look like in a career. So working through the different stages, we've got some really good initiatives going on in different parts of the region and in Oamaru where that's happening. But there's also some stuff around actually getting a better understanding of what's the real need. So a lot of regions talk about, look, we've got shortages in staffing, but what are the actual numbers? What are the real roles that are missing and that we need to build to? And I think it's doing some quite specific work on what are those roles for Waitaki. And then once we've got that real crucial information, then we can come up with different ways of plugging the gaps. And we can also lobby from a national perspective around, because I know right now there's a large shortage in chefs for hospitality. We've got about 300 short in the South Island because they're not on the green list. So we've got as an example, like an immigration advocacy person here from Business New Zealand over the next 2 days, really putting a strong case to the government around how can we overcome that. So that ranges from like pathways through schools, but then actually being quite specific and understanding what is the shortfall in the region, what skills, what industries, and then we kind of can pull together different strategies, be that advocacy or actually getting behind some quite different kind of campaigns to drive that attraction for those people to come to your region and fulfill those jobs.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Mike. I was just wondering if you could give a little bit more detail on the level of engagement that you had from members in submitting here. We had a previous submitter sort of raise concern that there hadn't been great engagement from local businesses, but I'm wondering if you've had good feedback from your members, whether that maybe why they haven't submitted individually, or do you have a bit more detail on the level of engagement that you've had from Business South members?
I can get the stats for you later on the exact submissions, but there's a submission process, and then we have a lot of networking events where people are raising, I guess, issues and opportunities all the time to Business South. So we kind of collate the kind of messages on the submission over a period of time. So we have a lot of networking events in Waitaki where we're talking to businesses or one-on-ones through the business navigators, where we kind of collate the key messages over time. So it would be fair to say there's been a pretty reasonable amount of engagement, I would say, but I could probably come back with some exact numbers around the submission process outside of this call.
Okay. Anything else? No. Well, thank you very much, Mike. Thanks to your team for getting you connected to us. Really appreciate them. But thank you for taking the time to join us here today.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Councillors, we've got one other verbal submission, but that's Fed Farmers, who are also submitting on the annual plan. So we'll be hearing from them tomorrow. I'll be talking to both their submissions. So if we can go back to page 151 on the looking at the non-verbals. So what we're going to do is work our way through this. Almost feel like we should have someone painting the wall behind me, because it's probably going to be more interesting than us rambling through these, but we'll go through, and again, it's taking note of anything that sort of sticks out as being something that's different to what we've heard before, or something that you think is notable. So working from 151 through to 160. Are we all on the same page?
For some reason, it's about 30 pages out. So for some reason, when we go to it, it's about, if you say 150, it turns up at 129 or something. So you.
I'm using the printed number on the bottom of the page.
Me too, but on the bottom page. What happens?
That will be because of the papers. If you want me to move them, I can move the papers to a different place.
So there's a number on the side, not the middle, and there's a third set of numbers on the.
What number is
it? What did we get up to?
50. 50.
Kelly Williams. Right.
So we're going through to 160, page 160.
Yeah, through to 160.
170.
Sorry, Gary, just, perhaps it's to you or to Mel. The one or two people have suggested specific and particular things that could be included in the, or adapted or incorporated into the OBPC. Simon Berry's suggestion, for instance, involves, and I'm not suggesting that they're necessarily absolutely the only things or the best things, but a seal colony, baby seal play pool, marine park activities. Are we logging the sort of suggestions from people as to what could be, then other ones link the fossil penguin record with the, so are we logging all of that? And
Yeah, I have logged all of that, but I think that we need to look at how we're going to do the partnership. If we go forward with the partnership, how we'll do the expression of interest, and then the thing is very much we leave it to the people submitting to come up back with their ideas, but we will have a log of ideas ourselves that we can interrogate around and ask questions on. But there's some really good ideas suggested.
Okay, anything through to 180? $190. Councillor Linwood. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you had something. 200. $210.
I'll make some comments as well. I've not got highlights on most submissions, but for the absence of the awkward silence, Roger Blackburn makes some good points just about the governance of Whitestone Geopark, linking up Geopark, Waitaki story, Penguin Colony, just the potential you could have there across as selling the Waitaki story, not selling, embracing. But
just acknowledge that Roger Blackburn was one of the people involved in the first pitching of the Geopark concept for Vanished World to basically become that. So it's taken a while, but he's seeing that move closer to fruition. We get up to 210, 220. To 30. Certainly interesting how many submissions have come from penguin, other penguin organisations around New Zealand. It's almost as though they're talking to each other. But it's been pretty useful, I think, hearing from them. Councillor Thompson.
I just want to note on the way through, Mr. Mayor, that it's interesting a number of people talk about things that can be done for Oamaru, and I would remind us that we're here to represent the greater interests of Waitaki.
Thank you. Through to 240. $250. Councillor Holding.
Just another comment on the runs of some of the no's. It makes it a bit harder when it's just no, but with no explanation of why it's a no. It makes it hard to decipher what they're thinking.
Yeah, I guess that's, we're trying to get a number of submitters up. It drops the quality of submissions when you don't actually know what it is, and I'm not too sure. Part of the problem is that we know there's a lot of community thinks that it's you know, that when it comes to the penguin colony question, for example, that they're taking it as in, do you want to sell it? And which wasn't really the question we were asking, but unfortunately got framed that way. But anyway, that's again just taking it with whatever grain of salt you need to take it with. Councillor Ryan.
Well, similar, a number of the responses to the question about the proposal to close tourism Waitaki and set up an EDA, the comments are purely about the penguin colony decision. So are those answers when they've said no or yes, or is that fed into the summary, even though they're speaking specifically about the penguin colony?
Yes, they are. Yep. Just for information, of the 53 people who said no to an EDA, there were no comments made, back to Councillor Holding's point. And then for those who said no to penguin colony, it was 48, no responses. So it would be helpful if we did have more commentary for sure.
You could. Just a question on the page 243, 244, Philip Seddon from the University of Otago. And a couple of other university people have submitted along with DOC, and they all say how wonderful the OBPC is and how vital its work is. Do any of them contribute so much as a cent or a dollar to its work and to the research?
I don't believe so. I think it's very much, as Forrest and Bird were saying this morning, it's advocacy and support. Yeah.
I think, like the University of Otago do have some of their people come up and spend time there, but we'd probably need to get more information on what that is. Bearing in mind, I mean, it's paying its way. I mean, you know, I'd expect that outreach or whatever they call it, when actually they have other people come and visit them and share information as part of the scientific benefit of it. So that's 250, I think. 260. Councillor Thompson.
I just think the submitter at 264 makes a very valid comment around the economic development question of suggesting a broader strategy makes sense. The region needs a brand, not only to attract visitors, but to attract new people and skills to the region.
Thank you. Through to 270. $280. $290. $300. Glad we only go up to 1,000. Okay, that's not true either. Another 130 to go. $310. $320.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at one of the ways through. It's all comprehensive. The answer doesn't like it, so there's one
what did I get up to? 330. $340. $350. $360. 370. $380. $390. $400. $420. Just seeing if anyone noticed I missed 14.
Yeah. Sorry, Gary, can I just a question perhaps either to you or to Mel. It's one of the submissions in the 350s or 360s, there was a reference, and it's cropped up more than once, and it might be useful simply to get something on the record. A number of people have said don't close Tourism Waitaki unless and until you've set up the EDA. So they're not necessarily saying they're opposed to the establishment of one and the closure of the other, but they're saying they need to be timed properly. Now, my understanding is that were it to be done, that is how we would imagine it to be done, or that is how we had contemplated it being done. That doesn't say we've made up our mind, but is that correct, that we wouldn't close one before we launch the other?
Yes, I believe we're still working through the final sequencing, and of course that's going to be dependent on where we get to with deliberations. But absolutely, the Tourism Waitaki are doing a good job today, and we don't want to suddenly stop the work that they're doing. So we need to be working with them to work through a transition plan. I don't know we've specifically discussed the phasing, but that's a logical approach.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackley.
Along the lines of that same question, if the decision was made around essentially disestablishing or shifting across the tourism into the new EDA, but equally a decision was reached not to do anything with the penguin colony, could that basically be assumed or continue to assume that existing entity which is repurposed for them solely?
I think we still need to have some robust conversations with the Board of Tourism Waitaki and reflect on where we get to with deliberations tomorrow before we can actually confirm exactly how we're going to manage the next stage. But I'll hand over to Gary or Alex might want to comment.
Yeah, I think this is more a question around the asset currently that's the penguin colony belongs to Tourism Waitaki, and what happens to that. Can that stay within the existing CCO while the contract essentially? I mean, Tourism Waitaki sits there doing what it does because it has a contract with us. The contract could go to the other new entity if that was formed, but the penguin colony sits still within that Tourism Waitaki organisation or CCO. So it's really, what we decide is the best options and so on. And there are certainly discussions with the board about what their thoughts are on transitioning, but should that happen? Alex, you have got an answer to how do we?
I think it need looking at closely in that, would you want the penguin colony sat in that entity? I think we need to do some sort of analysis of what the pros and cons of that would be, including the way it's set up at the moment with the board. That would be quite an expensive setup potentially to keep it in there with the board as it's set up at the moment. So I'd be thinking that you need to look at what changes you might want to make for it to stay in that entity, if that's the route you chose to go down.
Okay, anything through to the last page? Okay, now I think technically what we do now is adjourn this meeting. We'll be starting a different meeting tomorrow morning for the annual plan and doing deliberations at the end of that, and then we'll reconvene this meeting to deliberate on the economic development consultation.
Should we move resolution number 3 now, or do we do that at the end of the reconvened meeting?
That's once we've done our deliberation. So, yeah. So with that, thanks to all those who sat through that last part, which isn't the easiest bit to sit through. But thank you very much to all those who have taken part in both submissions, but also watching live stream. Hopefully it's been informative. Certainly has been useful information for us, and the opportunity to speak to submitters is always a good opportunity to find out a bit more about what their thinking is and what the potential is for the topic at hand. So with that, thank you, councillors. We'll now adjourn the meeting.